Yeah, I've had a very exciting and productive past 24 hours. Or 20 hours, I guess, if you don't count the time that I spent streaming. Thoroughly unproductive, that last stream. Total waste of time. If you were there, honestly, I don't know what you're doing with your life. Uh, I got some work done, did some stuff, whatever, socialized. I made some, chickpea pasta, which is like regular pasta, but like 3 times as healthy, like less calories, and it's an insane amount of protein, and it's really good. Um, I tried to make some of that, like with the spaghetti, but I was too lazy to like wait for the big pot to boil. So I put it all in the little pot, and then the spaghetti slumped down and over the lip of the pot and caught fire. So I had to blow it out and then pull a bunch of like burned spaghetti strands out of the pot. But the non-burned spaghetti was delicious. I just had it with a little bit of hot sauce, Greek yogurt, and cream cheese sauce. Just mix that all together. The cream cheese makes it stick. You can use cream cheese for like everything. Like, cream cheese isn't sweet, but for some reason I think of it as sweet. I don't know why. Like, in my head, I think like you can't add cream cheese to a savory dish. Well, of course you can. It's cream cheese. There's nothing wrong with that. But for some reason in my head, I always think, yeah, maybe it's because of red velvet cake. It might be because of red velvet cake. I don't know why. Maybe like that's the time I most have cream cheese. I don't really know. It's not though. But yeah. Um, and I got up at 7 a.m. this morning and I did my ride, which I couldn't finish because it was my first 45-minute ride, um, which was a lot for me. And my gooch hurt because the seat, so I think I need to adjust my seat. Uh, but I tried. I tried. Still women's category. Well, I did the FTP test. I did the FTP test properly, like the warm up and then the 20-minute test. And I wasn't a 143. I was like a 156, which is still novice woman. So I'm a slightly better novice female than I was before. I've improved on my female skill. Your what hurt? Your gooch. 10% improvement in a single day. Yeah, if I keep that progress up, then within like a month or so I'll be the best athlete in the world. How long until you prestige in female stats? It would probably take me a very long time to reach the 90th percentile of female riders, but I bet you I could reach the 90th percentile of female lifters in very little time. That's science, folks. In every everyone needs to understand. In every guy's head, they're like, I may be a fat, lazy slob, huh? But at least I can probably lift a bigger rock than like a girl. And that keeps them going. I'm not saying it's fair, and I'm not saying it's true. I'm just saying that's what keeps them going. Which is so stupid. Yeah, I didn't make it that way. I didn't make it that way. Hey, girl lifters are fucking strong today. Yeah, but I said 90th percentile, not 99th percentile. Big difference. Big difference. Opening the jar of pickles is all that keeps us hanging on sometimes. That's so fucking true. That's so true. Sometimes that's all you have. I got I got physics mobbed recently. My partner was like, "Hey, can you open this jar?" And I was like, "Of course. Bring it here." I couldn't open it. It was really stuck. We had to do the hot water bit, where you like loosen you run out under hot water. Humiliating. I'm surprised they didn't dump me right then and there. I feel awkward when it's easy. Hey, here's a socialization tip for you autists out there. If you get handed a jar to open from a girl and it's trivially easy to open, she's teeing you up. Okay? She's giving you one to hit, all right? She's pitching you a softball so you can feel good. And you know what? God bless her for that. It's a good dynamic. Or mere minutes in, you're opening the autism convo. Don't you with the PTSD on this. I put autism in the title. People in YouTube chat were like, again? Fuck off. Jesus Christ, you people are pussies. For one, every convo on stream is an autism convo, okay? That's like, just like definitionally, okay? God, you people are whiners. What's your opinion on autism? I think it's all right. I think it's pretty cool. As a woman, I can confirm we do trivial tasks to have the mere opportunity to touch or interact with a man we like. Okay, don't get too thirsty now, okay? Don't upset the delicate balance. As an autistic person, no passes for Elon. I've got bad news, guys, but a lot of autistic people are fucking evil, okay? Let's not like infantilize, you know? It's true. Autism and being Hitler are not mutually exclusive. I bet you they would have diagnosed him if they had the term back then. Why was somebody linking this over and over and over and over again, the pre-stream chat? What is this? TikTok. Is that legal?
And I'm leaving the Los Angeles Passport Agency after trying to acquire a new passport after mine was expired and misplaced by quite a bit. And I've been impacted by the executive order, and they are effectively banning me from travel, though they will not call it a travel ban. They stated that they would at first give me a passport that had the male identifier on it, though I have my sex legally changed to female in 2 states and administratively with the federal government through Social Security before as well. And after claiming that they would give me the male one, I said any is fine as long as I'm able to travel. They came back and said that actually this is the first we're hearing that, and we won't be able to give you that either. We won't be able to give you any passport. We have no further information.
Jesus. I bet you this is like not broad policy. This is just like a consequence of everything happening so quickly, and all the rules being written so vaguely. But like, yeah, so basically just her passport has been stolen. I mean, how is that even legal? Oh well, it's not. But like so is a lot of the stuff the Trump administration is doing, you know? So if I have my legal sex change sealed by a court, could this still happen? That's what she just said. She just said that. Legally, her sex is female.
They wouldn't tell me anything. I spoke to one person who wouldn't give me any information, which led to me speaking to a supervisor. And they towed the same line where they will not call it an effective travel ban, though that is the impact where my travel plans I cannot make. They will not give me any passport with any name, gender, sex of any form. And that is the case of what we are dealing with right now in the United States. There is an effective travel ban. If you are trying to get a passport and you've had any sort of change with your gender, I've heard a lot of people saying things like, oh, it's fine if you just want to get a passport with your old gender, it's fine.
Yeah, that's like, that was what was stated. I have a feeling that people from whatever office you gave your passport to, I have a feeling they probably don't know what's going on. I thought they wanted trans people out of the country. They're doing a whole like smorgasbord of Nazi shit at the beginning, but it has yet to like coalesce into a consistent or meaningful pattern, you know? Like what do they want to do? What's the goal here, you know? because just taking passports doesn't make any sense. Not legally recognizing the existence of transgender people does, at least from the perspective of being Hitler. This just seems like a consequence of, I mean, it could just be like maximize broad spread suffering, but you know, this is going to lead to lawsuits if this was done broadly. They're taking any route they can. Yeah, it's pretty clear like the administration has basically no handles. There's no brakes on this bike. So we're just they're throwing everything at the wall and seeing what sticks. Same thing happened in Weimar though. They didn't immediately get sent to the camps. It was a bunch of awkward mismanagement at first. Yeah. But I still don't think death camps are like the sensible end goal. You know, there are a great many eliminationist-minded Republicans. It's so difficult to get away with stuff like that these days. The closest I think they could get is by doing mass arrests, because effectively, like, American prisons might as well be concentration camps for how fucked up they are. But we'll see. We'll see, I guess.
That's not true. They will not give it to me. And when I asked for more answers, I only left the office under threat of arrest. They stated that they would arrest me if I asked any more questions.
Okay, so like, I'm not saying she's lying. I just want to know like what the fuck that means. Like, what are you talking about? A passport office? So wait, okay, passport office, like what? So I assume this was not DOL, that's the Washington term. What's it? The DMV? Like, who, under what circumstances does that happen? You're at a DMV, you're like, I have questions about the passport you won't return to me, and they're like, we'll arrest you. I don't understand like how things move to that point, I guess. I go to the post office for that shit. Well, that's even more unlikely. At a post office, somebody being like, we'll arrest you. I don't get it. I'm not saying she's lying. I'm saying I don't get it. I think the conversation may have gotten heated. The conversation might have gotten heated. The conversation might have gotten heated.
So I left peacefully, but I only left under threat of arrest. And it seems that I will not be able to travel outside of this country, which is effectually now on the same playing field as North Korea. Politically,
That's
where
true.
its people cannot leave under threat of arrest, even in good standing. So, per the executive order, look out, everybody. And
Absolutely insane. Would the point of this be to flood the courts with smaller cases and civil rights, so when they do worse things in the future, it'll be easier to do unchallenged? I mean, they are trying to overwhelm people at the beginning, for sure. 100%, yeah. Do you think something like forced conversion therapy on adults be the endpoint? The problem, I don't think you could start doing, like, gay bashing the way you used to. There are too many gays. Like, back in the 1960s and 70s, the police were able to get away with a lot of their, like, gay bar raids, anti-cross-dressing laws, and so on, because 99.9% of people walking around are in, like, a fedora and a suit or a dress or whatever. You know, it was usually, like, very small, concentrated groups of queer people who, like, stuck together. Nowadays, go to literally any city. Miami, Orlando, Houston, Austin, it doesn't, like, any city, they're everywhere. So, like, could it happen? Sure, but, like, to what, can you imagine? Like, we're talking, like, the greatest and most wild, ineffective act of civil repression in maybe human history. I can't think of any other example, like, of that kind of, I don't get it. I don't know. I don't get it. I remember the story from a guy who said he saw a raid on a truck stop that had like 300 guys flee into the woodwork, while the police reported seeing only 3. Yeah, it's a famous story. It's actually really instructive, you know? There have always been a lot of homos, you know? I tell you folks, they're everywhere, okay? You know, because they were so kept in the closet back in the 1950s or whatever, the story is basically cops would do raids on like truck stops that were cruising sites, bars, that kind of stuff. And the cops showed up to this one place to, you know, find some gays and bust them up and take them to prison for a night just to, you know, mess them up or whatever. And the police showed up there one of the guys at the truck stop screams, you know, scatter, and like 100 guys run out, basically. But the thing is, because of the way the truck stop was designed, a lot of them were hidden from one another. Like, they were all doing this anonymously. So it wasn't like a 100-man orgy or whatever. It was like 2 or 3 guys in a little corner and then another in a little corner, all hiding from each other because they were all socially segmented. So the lesson from this is essentially visibility overwhelms state repression, right? Like, there were only a few cops there. There were tons of gay men there. If all the gay men had been together, like just as a group, not fucking or whatever, just like in just as a group together, what would the cops have done? Taken one and arrested one? Like, they literally would have been looking at a crowd of people, like 40 times as many people or whatever. Like, it wouldn't have worked. Apes together strong. But nowadays, all the homos are out in the open. So you get me. De-arresting and counter-police tactics require a kind of conviction that Americans just don't have. Well, you know, you relearn those tactics. But at the same time, I'm just saying, I don't really see that kind of crackdown being, like, possible. Foch in the Weimar Republic, before the Nazis took over, nobody could have imagined trans people being turned into the camps either. No, that's not true. I understand the comparison that's being made, but it's important to understand, okay? Berlin was a very progressive city, but, like, trans people in the Weimar Republic in 1922 or whatever was not trans people today. Like it not even remotely the same, you know? So I'm not set, like, I just want to warn against people who are worried about that kind of backslide, you know? You'll see like one photo of like a cross-dresser in like a black and white photo, and they have like a cigarette through that cigarette holder, like the long cigarette, you know what I mean? And you're like, oh man, it was like a queer haven. It really wasn't. It really wasn't. Hot? Yeah, people like those long cigarettes. They love that stuff. Anyway, I'm not saying the comparison isn't like apropos to an extent. I just want to be careful about like the proportioning of the comparison, you know? We see the few pictures that survived. Yeah, we also see them taken in like private rooms, you know? Like the historians scrape those photos together, but you know, there have always been gay bars, but like gay bashing doesn't really happen today the same way it did then. I mean, it happens, but like there are plenty of gay people just walking around in America. Just, you know, even in red states, red cities, rural areas. It's just, it's a lot of progress you'd have to backslide on. Not saying it can't happen. Not saying it can't happen. Just want to be, you know, a little careful. Somebody linked an Instagram video a little bit ago. I didn't click on it. Can you link it again? You know who you are. Something, queer person. I don't know. Show it. You think there might be more economic oppression like mass firings? Well, that question presupposes the belief that queer people work anyway. But I think they've insulated themselves from that, you know, from that potential weapon to be used against them. What is this?
This new administration, I just got my new passport in the mail and they changed the gender to male because of Donald Trump.
You're really selling it too.
Proof, there's my picture, very cunty. And yeah, there's that big ugly M. Yay. Now, mind you, all of my other documents are updated to female, and I've been fully surgically updated to female. But this is what they had to say. The sex was corrected on your passport application. The changes were made for one of the following reasons: to match our record. I had a passport when I was a kid that I used once. So basically, it doesn't matter that all of my other documents say female and that I've had my sex change surgery. If If you've had a passport in the past that displays the opposite sex, then they will not honor your gender change. Now, obviously, I will be seeking legal action. My email is in my bio for any experts out there, or you can just DM me on IG. Because look, I am an adult and I have undergone my full...
How likely is it that actually trying to use these will get caught in some bullshit because people think it's fake Papers, Please style? Pretty likely. I think one of the big, like, avenues for progress moving forward is probably going to be, like, trans people very publicly using the restrooms they don't identify with as a way of demonstrating how absurd this all is, you know? Like, here's a selfie. In Trump's America, here I am in the men's restroom, and she looks like this or something. It's, again, like, the important thing, like, from an activist perspective, is just making sure as many Americans as possible understand how insane this all is, you know? They need to be keyed into it. And it's not just going to be, like, humanitarian concern for trans people. You're going to have to defer to stuff like common sense, which is a stupid heuristic to go by, but most Americans are stupid, so, you know, you meet them where they're at. Relate it back to them. Yeah, or like, you know, trans dudes in the ladies' restrooms. You got to be careful with that, of course, because it's not like they're not going to attack you in there. People keep calling on trans men to do it, and it's like, you know, we get beat up for that shit, right? Yeah, but like, you're gonna have to do it anyway. Is the that's the problem. Like, you're being forced to do it. What I'm saying is, like, visible attention has to be drawn to this, because the goal here is to completely lock you out of public life, right? If you can't use any public restroom, that's like a huge element of being out and about. Like, you're kind of locked at home then. Every time you need to piss, you got to run back home, or hope that there's like a single, like, restroom with a single, you know, stall or whatever, like no gender. Sure, maybe, but the goal here is to lock you out of public life.
Medical transition. There is nothing about me anymore that represents male on the exterior whatsoever. The only thing that them denying to put female on my passport does is put me in danger while traveling. That's all it does. I'm in danger now. They are only doing this to scare people like me, because they don't want us in public life. They want us to hide in fear and be...
Hey, did she watch my videos? I can't believe she pre-watched me talking about her in this video.
Scared of them. But trust me, I'm not going anywhere. Trans people have been here and we're staying here, and I will fight this. I'm not scared. I'm not gonna cry. I could still leave the country if I need to. But this saying male is crazy. Look at me, bitch. This is a direct violation
I'm glad she's taking this opportunity to farm compliments. I don't blame her. I'd do the exact same thing.
Of my rights as an American citizen.
Am I being trans misogynistic to find the way she talks annoying? No, that's just misogynistic, I think. She passes so well, I think that congratulations, now it's just misogyny. So I mean, that maybe that's a little better? I don't know. Scientists haven't figured it out yet.
Under the Equal Rights Amendment, it's just a violation of my rights in general. I submitted a passport application that was intended to update my...
Okay, Loops. Yeah, sorry, I'm not an Instagrammer, okay? I'm not hip with the Instagramming. You get me? Yeah, it's pretty grim. I just don't know how effective it can be, you know? I don't think there's ever been a rollback on the visibility and public life of queer people from like this level of acceptance. I know it doesn't feel this way, but America in 2020 might be, or might have been, like, about as pro-queer as any society has ever been, at least in the context of modern history. You can parse it out a little. Maybe Sweden's a little more, like Mexico's a little more, but it's up there, you know? Most of the time when you have these big crackdowns, you're doing it against a community that is either stigmatized to the extent that people are already, like, murderously violent against them, like Jews in Germany. There were lots of Jews in Germany. They were pretty well integrated, but anti-Semitism was, like, again, it's a different kind of beast, okay? The median homophobe in America is like, I don't think they should be able to marry, and I think they're weird. And the median anti-Semite in Weimar, Germany, I can't even say what they thought, okay? I can't say it on YouTube. I wouldn't want to say it at all. So it's not comparable in that respect. And there's just so many queer people in public life. And God, Hollywood, I don't know. I mean, we'll see. What about the panic defense being used to acquit people who kill LGBT people? Oh, I mean, they've been doing that for ages. They're going to keep doing that. That's still going on, yeah. I mean, yeah. My secret on how to deal with that, don't get murdered. I know. I'm not saying it's a skill issue, but it's good advice. Pro tip for anyone making fake passports. Yeah, pro tip for anyone making fake passports. Don't. You idiot. It's a passport, not a state ID to get into a bar, okay? You're not making a fake passport. Don't be silly. No. You have to want to live more than they want you to die. True. They're not going to put it on the wall of shame at the beer store. No, they will not. No, they will not. Anyway, yeah. Getting scary down there. Out there, I should say. Here, 1 second. Let me throw the opening segment over to my beloved and hardworking editors so they have something to release as soon as stream ends. What's a good title for that? Insane trans woman's passport stolen? No. How do you trying to think? They want you dead. Okay, but that's a little less generic than that. They're stealing trans women's passports. You doing both vids? Yeah, they're in one chunk. I'd like the video of what actually happened. I don't know if we're getting that. Okay, let me send that over. They won't let trans women travel anymore. Well, that's a little bit over the top, I think. That's a little bit too hyperbolic. Friends in Minnesota haven't gotten their trans son's passport or documentation back yet. Really hope they do. Okay, there we go. We're back up. We're back up. We're back running. Back up, back running. Chat, you realize trans people aren't just trans women, right? I mean, when you're listening to Republican propaganda, honestly, sometimes it's hard to remember that. But yes, of course. Dude, this White House is insane. It is crazy how little credibility it has, even when it comes to announcing its own information. So this morning, it was widely reported that the date of the tariffs had been pushed back to March 1st. Here's Reuters saying they have the exclusive. Getting this information from, here, where do they say? The sources who asked not to be named because they're not authorized to speak publicly in the matter said they did not have details on a final tariff date, but noted Trump has consistently said he plans to impose 25% tariffs, tariff on imports in the two countries on Saturday. Separately, an administration official said Trump on Friday was reviewing tariff plans, which may allow for some exceptions. A 28-day window before implementation, process for exemptions, which suggests a more careful approach by the Trump administration. So basically, multiple people corroborated the position that they plan on putting a 20-day buffer period and maybe allowing exemptions in. And in response, Carolyn Leavitt, White House press secretary, said these reports are false and said the tariffs are going to come tomorrow. And the information, like the way this information is being run out there, makes me think that they were planning on giving it a 28-day buffer period, but when that information was made public, they were like, fuck it, that makes us look weak, we'll go immediately. Like, we are talking about administration that is whiplashing with its information so quickly that we don't even know it's a kite flying exercise. Literally, like the unconstitutional freeze and all spending from the executive, and then they undid the freeze 2 days later after multiple challenges and a block from a judge. They said that they gave people warning because of the EO that vaguely referenced like a review of spending prior. They have no idea what they're doing over there. It's insane. Weren't they supposed to be more competent at being evil this time around? Well, I think they're more evil this time around than last time. I don't know how competently they are engaging in that. If I recall correctly, that literally hasn't happened before. No administration has ever rescinded their own order. Well, they say they didn't rescind their order. They say they rescinded the memo, but the order had nothing actionable in it, and the memo was the thing that described the actionable behavior. So effectively, a rescission of the memo is a rescission of the order. And it was unconstitutional anyway. The president isn't allowed to do that. Anyway, give me the Carolyn Leavitt. Fuck you, The Guardian. Oh, give me the press briefing, please. Caroline with a K, honestly. Embarrassing.
And everyone's still processing.
That's not Carolyn Leavitt.
The NTSB is now looking at several.
And we trust that he will fight for the American people. Those are the words of Lakin's mother. And we focus on cultivating patriotic citizens who are ready for the workforce. And this action...
Wow, just like straight up Nazi speak. Cultivating patriotic citizens? Jesus Christ.
...will help get schools back on track.
I hate this woman. Can you believe she's younger than me? She's like 26 or something.
...defend fundamental...
Thank you very much. You know, Caroline, in your first...
but we're never removed from the interior of our country. So this shows that the previous administration was actually defying our laws, and all this administration is doing is simply following the laws, the immigration laws of this great country. Thanks for the question, John. Anything else?
No, that's it.
Okay. Great.
Okay, all of the news on the tariffs, I'm seeing the news sites. That's from 25 minutes ago. So I bet you if I go to around 30 minutes ago, we can find it from there.
On the tariffs, can you clarify whether those will actually be going into effect
Yo! Fuck it. Hold on 1 second. Let me calculate the exact taste of this potato chip. I don't need to taste it. I don't need the calories, okay? I can simply... a little more sodium chloride next time, I feel.
tomorrow, or
Yes.
whether there might be some lead time?
Yes.
And are those, they will be going into effect tomorrow.
Correct.
And are those meant to be in place long term, or is there a scenario in which Canada, Mexico, and China can offer concessions and then they would be removed?
At this point, the president has made it very clear those tariffs are going to be implemented and in effect. If the president at any time decides to roll back those tariffs, I'll leave it to him to make that decision. But starting tomorrow, those tariffs will be in place. Sure.
Oh, there you go. Here's her with her Aryan Youth shirt on. Yeah, I saw this. They think they're so clever with their fucking dog whistling. She got her hair made blonde, and then in a very normal move. You know, there's no coded messaging to make America blonde again. You know, looks like shit, by the way. I keep forgetting the White House is all Nazis now. How can you forget?
Yeah, thanks, Caroline.
Yes.
Can you confirm a report by our...
What's crazy is I don't even know if she knows, like, the implication. She knows. They're Nazis. They know. They're fully aware. She's not out there getting a shirt saying, like, make America have red shirts again, make America get their nails did again, make America do blank, blank, blank. There's literally, like, 1 or 2 physical characteristics that you can refer to that are coded as Nazi, and she did it and took a photo of it and chose to get a shirt. She got a shirt of it. Like, what do you think, you know?
friends at the Daily Mail that the British Prime Minister Keir Starmer is going to be visiting the White House in February. And also, if I may, do you have any more details on Netanyahu's visit here next week?
Sure. I have not seen that report about the Prime Minister. I can go check back with our friends at the National Security Council
and get back
to you on that. I can confirm that Prime Minister Netanyahu will be here on Tuesday, February 4th, for a working meeting and visit with the president. And I'm sure you will all be here, very excited to cover that visit. Sure. Daniel.
Thank you, Caroline.
You're welcome.
Back on the Guantanamo Bay subject specifically, obviously, why does the president feel like that's the best location or a good location to make sure that Americans are safe from violent, illegal migrant crime?
Well, it's a really good question.
Building things over there is exponentially more expensive than building stuff in the American mainland. The only reason they're doing it is to keep the press out, and because it's like scary, because it's like spooky. It makes it scary.
And the memorandum that he signed, the order that he signed, builds on his previous executive actions, obviously, to secure our southern border and deport illegal criminals from the interior of our country. We know that we have an issue with detention space here in the interior, which is a big reason why Congress needs to pass this reconciliation package as quickly as possible to ensure that DHS and ICE funding they need to detain these individuals that the administration is very swiftly rounding up and deporting. Arresting and deporting these illegal immigrant criminals. And so the president feels it's an appropriate place. Taxpayers are already funding it. The space is there. Why?
Illegal criminals? I mean, they just throw as many, like, adjectives as they can, you know? They have to load every sentence because all the things they believe and advocate for make no sense, so you have to morally load every sentence to get people to, like, activate the thought-terminating cliches.
Why not use it? And the Secretary of Defense, as I said...
Do you think she got a nose job? She does kind of look like a Githyanki a little bit. I don't know. Probably. Basically, every woman associated with Mar-a-Lago has had a fuck ton of work done. So, I don't really know.
...is working on that as we speak. Sure.
Caroline,
yes.
Thank you so much for having me here answering your question. So I want to talk more about the success that ICE is having, finding these violent criminal aliens.
I wonder what network that guy is from. Gargle her balls, why don't you? I guarantee you that within 1 year of this administration, there's basically going to be, like, only right-wing members of the press corps in there. Everyone else is going to be kicked out because they, like, rudely asked, you know, a prescient question that a journalist might be interested in asking. Anyway, we're meaning to talk about the tariffs here. You guys ready? Just 1 day away. If it happens. This whole thing is being done as like a power move to extract concessions from Canada and Mexico, but my understanding is that neither country is budging, you know? Credit where credit's due, for as long as Trudeau and, you know, his government leads, you know, up until the next elections. I don't think they're kowtowing. Which province was it that said they would cut off electricity to the United States if these tariffs went out? It was a conservative governor, wasn't it? Was that Quebec? I don't think that was Quebec. Ontario. Yeah, why are y'all saying Quebec? That's a different thing. That's a different province. But Doug Ford is stupid. Don't listen to anything he says. One of our saving graces here is that Canadians think they're better than Americans, and that's their only personality, even though they exclusively consume American media and they have no identity of their own, and everything, like, people just think of them as like northerner Americans. They're very, very, very insistent on being viewed and thought of as different from Americans. So that might serve to benefit a little bit, you know? I'm different. I'm built differently. Even Mexicans are barely different from Americans. Let's dial it back. That's not true at all. No. Sorry, I don't know if you're Canadian and you're trying to like spread out the harm a little bit, you know, like an agony shared is an agony halved, but no. Canada has you know, Canada's Canada. Mexico has a very distinct cultural identity. They're really going to go through with these tariffs. I mean, maybe. We're a day out. A day out. Just one day away. She said the tariffs would amount to a 25% duty on Mexico and Canada and a 10% tariff on China for illegal fentanyl they have sourced and allowed to distribute into our country, which has killed tens of millions of Americans. Holy shit, I didn't realize it was... Sorry, I thought it was billions of Americans. I thought it was way more than that, actually. Billions and billions of Americans. Are there any Americans left? No, it's a wasteland here. 99% of the population has fallen to fentanyl. Quadrillions? I do think it's really funny that China's getting the smaller tariff. Mexican president being based. Yeah, Claudia is holding firm. Mexican president said she sent letter to Google contesting Gulf of Mexico name change. I doubt that's going to do anything, but she's holding firm. You know, it really goes to show how much like solidarity is global. You know, like how important it is to hold firm, like as a because otherwise, like global capital will overwhelm you. You know. You have to have supportive leaders. Yeah, Subs and Soda. We were just looking at that. Oh no, you're out of date. You're out of date, Subs and Soda. I wonder if the EU will see closer relations to China. An almost inevitable consequence of the policies of this administration is that more of the world is pushed to China. And who could blame them? Go for it. Yeah, do it, you know? Whatever. Do nothing, win. Yeah, always, forever and ever and ever. Gonna negatively polarize everyone in that direction. China's way the hell more stable than the United States. Trump is literally handing world dominance to China. It's insane. Yeah, there are so many things that America does to be a global hegemon, and Trump is undoing all of them. Our foreign aid, which constitutes a paltry, tiny amount of our budget, like in debt so many countries to us, you know? There are like literally billions of people living in countries who rely heavily on US aid, which makes a tiny fraction of our expenditures. The people we bring in like to attend our universities, the aid programs that we engage in, there are so many things that we do that are used to like reinforce our soft power as a global hegemon. And all of them are being tossed to the wayside because Trump and his you know, cabinet are retarded. They don't believe in soft power. The only power they care about is tariffs, you know? Threaten, bludgeon, threaten, bludgeon, threaten, bludgeon, phony isolationism, threaten, bludgeon, threaten. That's all they care about, you know? No interest. Trump's undoing literally the only thing, the only base thing Bush did with AIDS relief to sub-Saharan Africa. Did he walk this back, or am I thinking of a different thing that he walked back? But yeah, like for an incredibly small amount of money, you can make the entire world indebted to you. That's what we did with the Marshall Plan. That's the reason America became a global superpower to begin with, is because in the arms deals that we secured during World War II and the rebuilding we did in Europe and other parts of the world after World War II, we got a bunch of countries to really lean on us. And that indebtedness, it was part of the reason why the US dollar became the global reserve currency. It's part of the reason why we became like the global hegemon we came to be. Like that's where power is built. Allies, soft power, reliance, trade. But all that shit's gone now, or at least it's rapidly going away. Surely Trump has intelligence agencies in his ear telling him that this is a bad idea. The director of intelligence is going to be Tulsi Gabbard. So, literally a foreign agent. He fired all the other... He fired the previous secretaries. So no, he does not have those people in his ear. Remember, capital is nationless, The ultra wealthy don't care if America sinks. They just care if their portfolio does well. America, China, they don't fucking care. Chinese capital must be having a great time. Trump will be good for China. So probably. Yeah, probably. Russian state TV host calls Kash Patel and Tulsi Gabbard's Russia's boy and girl. That makes sense. That sounds about right. Putin propagandists can't hide their excitement at the nomination of Tulsi Gabbard and Kash Patel. Yeah, it sounds about right. People forget fairly small amounts of foreign aid can project a lot of soft power over time. I'm remembering that study where Americans think that we spend 25% of our spending on foreign aid, and they think it's too much and that it should only be 10%, and in reality it's less than 1%. Americans think that everything is 25%. It's like that study where people are like, how many Americans are millionaires? Like, 25%. How many Americans are trans? About 25%. How many Americans are Jewish? About 25%. Always, over and over. It's a nice round number. Are you telling me Americans are stupid? I would never say that. No. This was also a huge deal. The U.S. didn't criticize Iran's human rights violation. The UN, for the first time, is palling around with every dictator. For the first time, the United States holds off on criticizing Iran at UN Rights Review. Based? No, that's not based. Based on log records, the U.S. has filed recommendations on the Islamic Republic since 2010, expect for this year. Honestly, it could just be because things are such a shit show that, like, our reps at the UN aren't communicating very well. You know what I mean? Like, this might not be representative of any kind of policy. It's not like Trump is pro-Iran. It might just be like things are such a shit show that there's no, like, consistent strategy. They haven't communicated accurately or quickly. Or they forgore. Basically, all of BRICS likes Trump. Do you think the election of Donald Trump as a U.S. president is a good thing or a bad thing for American citizens? India and Saudi Arabia certainly think so. Russia, Brazil, South Africa, Turkey. Brazil? 56%? I'm not going to lie. I'm not entirely sure if I believe that. I'm not entirely sure if I believe that. Doesn't Brazil like strongmen? It just doesn't gel with what I remember their polling being from back back in 2016. Lula won by 2 mil, so it's not a huge margin. Yeah, but 56 to 21? Why is India so huge? Because India is Hitler. I don't know if you're familiar with the general political predisposition there, but it's very likely they like both Lula and Trump, as weird as it seems. Yeah, maybe. Either way, I guess we'll see. I don't know, man. This is European Council on Foreign Relations. We had really good polling data from Trump's first term, and the entire world hated him. I will see what Pew Research has to say. Okay, I'm waiting on Pew Research. What was the methodology? Well, they have down here, get the data. Oh, no, that just links to the get the data. Oh, it downloads it. Okay, I don't want to go through all that. Can't believe that Trump is king of third worldism. That's insane. Talk about Emilia Perez. Yeah, that was pretty funny. You're at 510K. I'll talk about it when I hit a 510K on the bike, okay? Oscars is so embarrassing. Is this the first trans nominee for actor or actress or whatever ever? Is this the first one? Sadly, yes. That's so fucking funny, dude. That's so funny. We finally get a trans she's the first trans person ever? My goodness, what an auspicious honor to throw away on being a huge racist. Context, please. Context, context. Is that the movie with the penis vagina song? I know what you're referring to, and I don't think it is. I'm not sure if it is or isn't. I don't know. I don't follow the Oscars. It is? That's funny. Penis to vagina. What an absolute banger. Freaking Spaniards, man. Still fighting the Moors. Yeah, anyway. So the oh, we're getting clever with the writing here. The title character of Emilia Perez is not a good person. Her lawyer thinks she can become one, agreeing to facilitate a notorious cartel leader's gender transition. Blah, 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 blah. Right. So that's the movie. That's great. Mere hours ago, Emilia Perez was an Oscar frontrunner. I don't know how. That song is wild. I don't know how. with a field-leading 13 nominations and the backing of the world's largest streaming service. Now it's a cautionary tale in the dangers of building a warm and fuzzy narrative around a reality that's far more complicated. AI-ass article writing. On Thursday, social media users uncovered, and as of this writing are still uncovering, posts by Gascon disparaging Islam, George Floyd, and a diversified Academy Awards. It's actually so funny. I took a look through a bunch of these. The actress, the trans actress, horrible person. A bunch of like really boilerplate anti-Islamic posts. Do you think cons will like her now? Yeah, we'll see if she does like the classic pivot. You know? Second most nominated film ever for Oscars. Listen, this is what representation looks like, okay? Don't get picky. How many more times will history have to expel the Moors from Spain? We have not yet realized what this threat of civilizations means, which constantly attacks the freedom and coherence of the individual. It's not about racism. It's about Islam. Shrugging emoji. This to me is the funniest one, by the way. I think it was 2020. With the Oscars when Parasite won, she was mad. She called it an Afro-Korean festival. I didn't know if I was watching an Afro-Korean festival, a Black Lives Matter demonstration, or the 8M. Apart from that, an ugly, ugly gala. Because it was, you know, when Parasite won, it was the first time a foreign film had won Best Picture, right? So, you know, there were a lot of Korean people at the gala because, you know, the people who were the film there. There was Black Lives Matter protest. It's very funny. As for George Floyd, she labeled him a drug addict and a hustler. Did you see the one where she said Hitler just didn't like the Jews? No? Can I get like a full... Wait, hold on. Can I get I need to find like a full list of these, okay? She's deleted her Twitter account so people can't keep digging them up. Oh my god. You have to play the song. I can't play the song, you idiot. I'll get copyright ID'd. How many times do we have to... You're dangling it in front of me. I want to play the song so badly. Penis to vagina. I want to play the song, okay? You have to know that I can't. You're taunting me with it. Can somebody please find a full archive of the unearthed tweets? Please. Come on. I'm seeing like scatterings of them, but there are lots of them. Can I see? Can you sing the song? Can you find the tweets? I want to see them so badly. Song first, tweets after. Don't you fucking hold me up. Hold on, I'll look for them on Twitter. If they exist, Reddit will have them. That's probably true. Here's some. New attack in France, beheadings in Nice by one of these retarded followers of Allah. How many times will we have to expel these madmen from Europe until we realize their religion is incompatible with Western values? We do not learn. Thank you, Erdogan. When will we finally expel these barbarous Muslims from Europe? Thank you, Erdogan. Motherfucker. Who do you think's at the gate? Islam is becoming a hotbed of infection for humanity that urgently needs to be cured. We saw that one. Islam is wonderful without any kind of sexism. Women are respected, and when they are respected a lot, they leave a little square on their face so that their eyes and mouth can be seen, but only if they behave well. Although they dress like that for pleasure. What a deep, disgusting humanity. Keep in mind these are translated, so if there's a little bit of like a syntax weirdness, it's probably because of that. Erdogan has a deal to keep a lot of immigrants in Turkey, which is what she's referring to, I think. Yeah, but Erdogan has literally used those migrants and the fact that he holds them back as a threat to Western Europe, as a way of like bullying them and getting them to kowtow to him on certain geopolitical matters. The idea that Erdogan is like a force for preserving Christendom is insane. But people like Erdogan anyway because he's right wing or whatever. Let me get this straight. If you say that the fucking Moors are back, killing them, that's racism. But if a Libyan terrorist starts stabbing white people in a park in England, that's justice for oppression. The greatest backwardsness in rights is in Islam. You ever notice, and pardon me, like, if this is like too deep of a cut or like this is too complex for most people to sympathize with, you ever notice Islamophobes are retarded? Literally no one thinks this. Why do they always talk in these like ridiculous straw men? Like, again, and anyone who's watched my content knows this for a fact, okay? You can criticize Islam without being Islamophobic. It's actually really easy to do that. But they always do. Why is racists do this as well? Obviously, because it's all like just racism, right? Why is it that if a white man lynches a black man, that's racism? But if a black man says kill whitey and shoots 50 white people and stabs them and shoots them, everyone's like that's great. That's actually liberating. What the fuck are you talking about? You're fucking insane. You're mentally ill. What are you referring to? But they always talk like that. They always talk like that. 100% of them talk like this. Stabs and shoots and stabs and shoots. You know how they be. It's a good idea to dare to go to any Arab country. Full planned invasion of the West while they expel the infidels by trickery. What? Go to any Arab country, full planned invasion of the West while they expel the infidels by trickery. I'm just hearing about this. I'm hearing about this for the first time. There are more or less between Muslims and Christians, some 4.7 billion believers in the world. Einstein's, Galileo's, Da Vinci's, Socrates, Plato's, Asimov's, Hawking's, just one. Mass does not define validity, intelligence, or knowledge. It only defines quantity. Oh, okay. She's saying that there have never been any smart Muslims. I gotcha. No golden age of Islam. Socrates mentioned. Yeah, wait, I'm sorry. Is Socrates and Plato, are they meant to be in the Christian? Hey, listen, it's not about race. It's actually about religion. Anyway, in the civilizational battle between Muslims and Christians, Socrates and Plato, you know, we got them in our camp. Not about race, by the way. It's about religion. Known Christians, Socrates and Plato. Hawkins was famously atheist. I think she might be talking about race, guys. I think it might be a race thing. Einstein too. Yeah, Einstein was Jewish. Hawking was an atheist. So fucking stupid. Sorry, is it just my impression, or are there more and more Muslims in Spain? Every time I go to pick my daughter up from school, there are more women with their hair covered and their skirts down to their heels. Maybe next year, instead of English, we'll have to teach Arabic and a lamb. Teach a lamb? I don't know. I don't fucking know, man. You can only parse out so much with these people. They're like subhumanly unintelligent. I really mean it. Like, racism rots your brain. We've seen this with racism, transphobia. It's not even like... basically, my point is that people like this aren't even worthy of being able to express their grudges and grievances against Islam because they're so stupid and their brain is so poisoned by hate that they're not capable of expressing ideas anymore. Like, you could have a legitimate grievance. There are legitimate grievances. It doesn't matter from you. Like, you're literally a random number generator that's biased towards producing racism. There's no like process to engage with or anything. Your brain is shit. You have poop brain. I'm not listening to you. I'm laughing at you. Well, how are you supposed to engage this in debate? Imagine what these Arabs would say every time they came to Europe. We demanded permission from their wives or forced them to wear socks with flip-flops and a mask covering their face. What? Every time they came to Europe, we demanded permission from their wives or forced them to wear socks with flip-flops and a mask covering their face, or better yet, sentenced them to death for greeting other men with kisses on the mouth. What is she... I don't understand what this... I don't understand what the comparison here is. All I hear is the N-word constantly. Yeah, basically. Anyway, these are all pretty much the same, I guess. Spain took over most of the Americas. I don't know what you... Spain is never engaged in violent colonialism. I don't know what you're talking about, okay? Oh, she's anti-vax too and a xenophobe? The Chinese vaccine, apart from the mandatory chip, comes with 2 spring rolls, a cat that moves its hand. This is the level of intelligence we're dealing with here. A cat that moves its hand? Really? That's the... That's what we're calling it? 2 plastic flowers, a pop-up lantern, 3 telephone lines, and €1 for your first controlled purchase. Okay. She addressed the 2020 killing of George Floyd at the hands of Minnesota police. I really think that very few people ever cared about George Floyd, a drug addict swindler, but his death has served once again to demonstrate that there are people who still consider black people to be monkeys without rights and consider policemen to be assassins. They're all wrong. Oh my God. This is actually less intelligent than just being racist. How do you swing that into an enlightened centrist position? Hey, when prompted on George Floyd, legally recognized as a murder, basically, I hate George Floyd, think he's bad, you know, nobody likes him. Anyway, I oppose racism in all its forms and think that police are over-vindicated or overly villainized. She thinks she's so smart, Lamau. It's, again, like, it's like these people aren't even worth talking to. I genuinely don't understand how people like this can dress themselves. I'm not kidding. I really don't. I guess, like, I try not to do the essentialist arguments where it's like, you know, like they're just like this, their brain is just like this, but I don't know what else to really, like, say about it. I don't, like, it's completely... I love essentialism. This is the same old story of black slaves and women in the kitchen, but it is my opinion and it must be respected. I do not understand so much world war against Hitler. He simply had his opinions of the Jews. Well, that's how the world goes. Okay, well, she's obviously being sarcastic here. That's not an endorsement of Hitler. That's her mocking the person that she's responding to. I don't know what she's responding to, though, so I can't really talk about it. You know, I don't really know. Another fun one. Let me get this straight. A guy tries to pass off a counterfeit bill after consuming methamphetamine. An idiot policeman arrives and goes too far in arresting him, killing him, ruining the lives of his family and his colleagues, turning that guy with the bill into a martyr hero. Really centrist position. Goes too far in arresting him. Little euphemistic there. Right-wingers are fucking obsessed with calling George Floyd a hero. Or, like, saying other people are calling George Floyd a hero. He's definitionally a martyr, because he's a person whose death was, like, used as a symbol for a cause. I have never heard anyone on the left, anyone ever, not once, call George Floyd a hero. I'm sure someone has. It's certainly not the majority position. He's definitionally a martyr. That's not really a moral statement. That's just an accurate description of what he is. Nancy Pelosi did. Well, Nancy Pelosi, you know, kneeled with the Kenta cloth. Okay, I'm Nancy Pelosi, Wakanda forever. You know, our plans are measured in centuries, which is roughly how old she is. I think this would be considered a full-blown endorsement of Hitler. Who the fuck is this? This isn't who we're talking about. Who the fuck cares? Some MMA guy? I don't care. All MMA fighters are Nazis. I think you'd know that by now. How many of these are there? They loot shops and taking advantage of the fact that the river runs through Pisuerga. They hold demonstrations all over the world, destroying everything, breaking social distancing and endangering... Wait, you care about social distancing when you're an anti-vaxxer? Okay, I don't know. Whatever. Well, she's deleted her Twitter, so she's being, you know, how long until the right-wing pivot? Oh, but she's a trans woman, so she can't even do that, you know? They're not accepting anymore trans women in the right-wing pivot zone. They're not doing it anymore, you know? Remember when, what's his name? That bitch-ass gay guy, the YouTuber, the one with the makeup line? The skinny, ghoulish-looking one? Milo? Not Milo, with the makeup line, idiot. Listen to what I'm saying. Jeffree Star, yeah. Remember when Jeffree Star did the right-wing pivot, and the resounding response from the right was like, "We're sorry, we closed. Sorry, brother, nothing on me. No more room. No more room in the right-wing grift sphere." Past a point, they kind of closed ranks, you know? Did Blair White get in early? Yeah, Blair White's been around since like 2011? I don't know. Is it? Yeah, for sure. She got in a while ago. He got waitlisted. Yeah. Tent's not that big anymore. They're closing the tent. 2014, I think. Yeah, that was a while ago. It was before Trump, you know? But Jeffree Star tried to get in at like 2022 or something like that, you know? Ollie London did the same thing. Yeah, but Ollie London only had prominence, first of all, as a detransitioner, which isn't the same as being a trans person or whatever. And even then, like, no one cares about Ollie London. Like, Ollie London literally was just one of the identical right-wing Twitter accounts that said the same things as every other one. They're just trying to get pennies off the dollar for, you know, blue checks interacting with your rage bait. Like, there's nothing substantial there. He works at a Subway now. Fuentes? Well, he's still in the closet. I work at a Subway. You're not skimping on the meat and cheese, are you? My opinion of you really kind of hinges on that. They really didn't, Bad Clams. Not at all. Also, Jeffree Star is not trans. He's just a gay man that presents femme. I mean, to them, big difference, right? Anyway. I guess we'll see how much this actually ends up affecting the nominations, but it is absolutely fucking wild, you know? Before the posts were surfaced, Emilia Perez had the makings of a Netflix redemption tour. The disruptive company, barely over a decade into producing original content, has attained nearly every mark of entertainment industry acceptance. Up until today, the bets seem to be paying off. Earlier this month, Gascon accepted the Golden Globe for Best Musical or Comedy on behalf of the whole production, delivering an emotional message of hope that you can never take away our soul, our resistance, our identity. Ironic, given the shit she'd been saying a few years back. Gascon never called out her audience by name, but it was heavily implied that our referred to transgender people and you referred to political movements motivated by fear and hatred of a demonized other, like the movement then weeks away from retaking the White House. Yeah. Politics, woke article, etc., etc. But with Gascon's post, that fiction, and all marketing pushes are on some level fiction, has run face first into reality. Gascon, a Spanish performer who transitioned in her middle career, may be transgender, but that's no guarantee she can't be Islamophobic, racist, or any of the other negative or fucking stupid. They have an impression given by her statements. The brewing scandal invites immediate questions about the fallout. Will she earn condemnation? How'd we get here? Did anyone vet her accounts in the 8 months since the movie premiered at Cannes? That is wild. The fact that nobody vetted her Twitter account. It's not hard. You literally like find account, tweets in account, and then look for like controversial words. Trans, Islam, gay, whatever. Like, and just look what people have said. You know, it's pretty easy. Zero effort was made. Yeah. Speaks out. after deleting Twitter account amid controversy. I have been threatened with death. Every single time anyone gets caught doing something bad in the public spotlight, this is like the immediate bid for sympathy, because it's always true. Everyone past a certain point of prominence gets threatened with death. Like, it's not like literally everything. Like any time drama reaches a certain me when the tweet doesn't hit. True. If she said anything to like atone, I guess. It's not like one racist tweet or whatever. It's a lot of them. And also, to me, the biggest tell is how low IQ they were. Like, it's one thing to buy into a racist movement. That's bad, you know? But racist movements often make convincing points, not correct ones, but convincing ones. But to like stupidly just regurgitate at that level, it speaks to more than just getting rused, you know? Shared a statement with to the Hollywood Reporter. I'm sorry, I can no longer allow this campaign of hate and misinformation to affect me and my family. So at the request, I'm closing down my account on X, the Everything app. Guess152 wrote in the statement, been threatened with death, insulted, abused, harassed to the point of exhaustion. I have a wonderful daughter I want to protect. She added, I have defended each and every one of the minorities in this world and supported any event against racism, freedom of religion, or homophobia in the same way that I have criticized the hypocrisy that underlies them, because the first thing I am self-critical of is myself. I see that her IQ hasn't changed. The first thing I am self-critical of is myself? Really? Do people just not hire PR people anymore? I guess not. The PR people are irrelevant now that every celebrity has a Twitter account, you know? They can't resist the id telling them to just go on social media and dump that shit, you know? Shared in her initial apology, she was deeply sorry for any hurt and pain she may have caused in tweets she made on Twitter. On X, the Everything app, sorry. Perhaps my words are not correct, many times due to ignorance or pure mistake. I apologize again if anyone's felt offended, or in the future, I am a human being who also makes, and will make mistakes from which I will learn. I'm not perfect. Yeah, I think the big takeaway here for me just seems to be that she's really stupid. I don't know. Like, she's racist too, but like, how much can you really engage with redemption arcs from people who can't, you know? The director for her movie is French, so this probably didn't seem that racist to him. Yeah, Islamophobia for a Frenchman, you know, that's just biscuits with the tea, right? Sorry, that's a British thing. The French like coffee, I understand it. I've always used my social media as a diary, reflections, or notes, and to later create stories or characters, not as something I would be scrutinized down to the last of its 140 characters. When I made 57 rambling Islamophobic tweets, I was actually doing character study. I didn't expect to be judged for those statements, since sometimes I myself am not even aware of having written something negative. I've defended every minority forever. I am the queen of Islam or whatever. You will never hear me support a war, an injustice, extremism, or applaud anyone who oppresses other human beings. She literally praised Erdogan. Oh, dude, look at this. Forgive me. Why does it scroll up like that? Forgive me because I keep going from one side to the other and I cannot be responding to every single thing you try to bring up to sync me. But if you want, you can continue attacking me as if I were responsible for hunger and wars in the world. I apologize again if I have ever offended anyone with my words in my life. Thank you. Yeah. I am only Carla Sofia Gascon, an artist who has reached where very few have thanks to her effort and work without stealing or harming anyone in this world, just trying to get them to let me live in peace, love, and respect, something that seems to bother a lot of people in this world. It's clear there's something very dark behind it, but I tell you something, the more you try to sink me, the stronger it will make me, the greater the victory it will be. Please forgive me again if any of my words hurt you. Sincerely, Carla. That's great. Very soy. Yeah, very soy, very low IQ, very narcissistic. No one vetted for this? I wonder if her coworkers are going to come out with a bunch of info on her behavior behind the scenes, because I really don't think people can act like this here and then not be insufferable behind the scenes. Very much not an apology. It's the opposite of an apology. She's like, actually, if you think it's bad that I'm Hitler, then there's something very dark behind your motivations. And you're really just bothered by, you know, my girl bossing or whatever. Yeah, she's basically compelling an apology from the people who are upset with her. Classic. Has she weaponized being trans yet? Not in this statement. You know, this is like kind of boilerplate, non-identity specific narcissist whinging. So that's nice, I guess. I'm at least comforted by the fact this kind of backlash is still applied these days for Islamophobia. Yeah, I mean, we'll see how it pans out, I guess. Small win. I mean, we don't even know what the backlash is going to be. The awards haven't happened yet. We're just talking about nominations. It helped that she was being annoying about it. Yeah, I suppose. I mean, again, like, bigotry just generally appeals to stupid people. So you're always going to get an overlap. There aren't very many intelligent advocates for bigotry, right? You have a lot of midwit advocates for it, but those are the most embarrassing ones. The, like, J.D. Vance Catholic convert types, where they're embarrassed by the fact that they share the same social biases as, like, rednecks, hicks, low IQ people. So they're constantly trying to convince themselves and the people around them that they actually believe in, like, you know, the intellectuals' racism. They love doing that. I imagine most Republicans would, like, consider themselves embarrassed to be in the same category as Gascon, though probably more because she's trans than anything else. The Vance Twitter beef today was so funny. It really was. Here, wait, we can look at that, okay? Let me just take a piss super quick, all right? This shirt is so short. It's like right at the waist. Wow. What does the alien cat mean? Take them away. Huh. These goddamn links I have open. Can you please stream Bloodborne again? Well, first of all, thank you for the tier 4 sub, but probably not. Listen, okay? If they re-release Bloodborne at 60 FPS on the PC, then sure, but I don't want to go setting up my PS4 again. There's probably like a pound of dust in that thing. I bought the PS4 just to play Bloodborne on stream, you know. And they were fine streams. But I'm not playing 30 FPS shit. I'm sorry. Have you heard anything about the Destiny accusations? How could I not, with you posting about it like 50 times? Any opinion of the Destiny stuff? I don't know much about it. Just see a bunch of people making videos on it. Destiny, Destiny, Destiny. I see your messages. Oh my god. Do you think there's a shortage of people talking about it? No, I have not seen the Astartes 2 trailer. Yeah, Riverboat. I woke up at 7 a.m. this morning to do a Peloton ride. It's the first time that I've tried to do a workout before a stream, rather than just doing it afterwards. And it was pretty, you know, it was pretty good, you know? I mean, like, for the vitality. Fuck it, 7 a.m. Well, I wanted to get up at 8 a.m., but I woke up at 7 a.m., so I just, you know, rolled with it. You listen to music while on the bike? I mean, the bike plays the music. Usually I just watch YouTube videos. I'm gonna get bored with just like YouTube videos early in the morning though. Like that won't hold my attention. I need to find like a phone game. And it needs to be fine even when my phone is like really far from my face. You got to get your Switch set up? Yeah. Balatro? I could try to play like Balatro on the Switch. That's definitely an option. I'd recommend Teamfight Tactics. Maybe. I don't know how much I'm into... Could I do Balatro while riding? I feel like I'd be too distracted. I don't know. Ruben, I know you want to play, buddy. Ugh, poor little guy. It's free, no reason not to try it out. Your immortal soul is priceless, okay? Is the Peloton one you ride sitting up like a bike or laying back? Sitting up. He walked past me, Vermin. What the dog doing? My fucking mustache is tickling me. Infuriating. I did see JD Vance's Twitter beef. It's really cool that the Vice President of the United States of America is a is like a confirmed 4chan fake Catholic trad convert reject Vatican II type guy, you know? What's this clip?
Bishops this week condemned some of the executive orders signed by President Trump, specifically those allowing immigration and customs enforcement to enter churches and to enter schools. Do you personally support the idea of conducting a raid or enforcement action in a church service, at a school?
Well, let me address this. Of course, if you have a person who is convicted of a violent crime, whether they're an illegal immigrant or a non-illegal immigrant, you have to go and get that person to protect the public safety. That's not unique to immigration. But let me just address this particular issue, Margaret, because as a practicing Catholic, I was actually heartbroken by that statement. And I think that
I promise you he doesn't practice. I promise. I have never known a Catholic convert to actually practice.
The U.S. Conference of Catholic Bishops needs to actually look in the mirror a little bit and recognize that when they receive over $100 million to help resettle illegal immigrants, are they worried about humanitarian concerns or are they actually worried about their bottom line?
I love fake Christians, man. They would string Christ up on the they would lynch him. You know, they wouldn't even give him the cross if they got the chance to. Yeah, do not commit the sin of empathy. Do not yeah, literally like every Republican losing their shit at the bishop or whatever. What was her title again? Pastor? I don't know. Who literally just said, like, be kind to those less fortunate, and they all lost their shit over it. Remarkable stuff. Anyway, JD Vance was getting into a classic Tradcath beef on Twitter. Here. Rory Stewart, a bizarre take on John 15:12-13 to 13. Less Christian and more pagan tribal. We should start worrying when politicians become theologians. Theologians assume to speak for Jesus and tell us in which order to love. And it's from this statement that J.D. Vance made, which is very unchristian.
Old school, and I think it's a very Christian concept, by the way, that you love your family.
Again, I got to be clear, because people love to throw out hypocrisy arguments on this one, and there's like a million copes that Christians have for not following their own book. And the primary one that the Tradcath converts use on the internet is, you can't call me out on all of the obvious hypocrisy and the fact that I don't actually care about the Bible or anything Jesus taught because you're not Christian. To which the obvious answer is, you know, I think that morality is intersubjective. They think it's universal and God's law. You know, a statement of mine on morality literally shouldn't depend. Like, my belief in it shouldn't affect their perspective on whether or not it applies to their belief system. Essentially, their argument is like, how can you call me a hypocrite when you don't believe what I believe in? It's a non sequitur. Also, you can believe in a shared value, right? You know, Jesus drank water, I drink water. Simple.
Family, and then you love your neighbor, and then you love your community, and then you love your fellow citizens in your own country, and then after that you can focus and prioritize the rest of the world.
That's true. It's very Christ-like. I remember the part where Christ said, you have to care about people in your nation's borders more than people in other nations' borders. I remember that part very specifically from the Bible. It's literally the opposite. Yeah, but they don't care. And he doesn't practice Christianity. And the Christians that do don't care either, you know?
A lot of the far left has completely inverted that. They seem to hate the citizens of their own country and care more about people outside their own borders. That is no way to run a society. And I think
they don't. It's classic cope from these people who don't believe in anything except their own power. The idea that the left like hates society. You know, the best way to show you hate a society is by trying to argue for like healthcare for citizens of that society, higher wages, you know, better existences, paid maternity and paternity leave.
The profound difference that Donald Trump brings to the leadership of this country is the simple concept, America first. It doesn't mean you hate anybody else. It means that you have leadership, and President Trump has been very clear about this, that puts the interests of American citizens first. In the same way that the British Prime Minister should care about Brits and the French should care about the French, we have an American president who cares primarily about Americans, and that's a very welcome change.
I've always said that, like, religious people don't actually believe in religion unless it already agrees with them. You almost never hear of people who have a sincere change of their, like, on their position, on their morals, because the good book they believe in has told them to. You know, no one, like, if there's something in there that agrees with them, they're all for it, you know? But a million things in there that disagree with them, you know, interpretation this, interpretation that, or they'll just write it off entirely. This is a particularly egregious example because, like, some of the most famous, well-known, and explicit writings of Christ are on who your neighbor is. The Good Samaritan thing, even I know this, you know? And I'm a godless heathen. Like, it's so explicit. He wrote it out, like, directly. It doesn't matter, of course, you know, Christ being kind to, yeah, prostitutes or the meek or the poor, you know, they turn this over. They don't give a shit. You know, Jesus Christ, you know, flips the table in the temple, but they have that was that Reverend at Trump's inauguration, who then went on to shill a crypto coin on Twitter the day of. Incredible stuff. That was really good. They ripped those pages out. Well, it's like I've said before, and this is like a paleo-Marxist perspective. This goes way back, okay? It's not that religion makes you a bad person. And it's not that religion doesn't sometimes promote senses like a sense of community, solidarity. It's not like a holistically bad thing. It's a belief system that's irrational, but that doesn't like, there are lots of irrational belief systems that we use to get through like day by day. That doesn't necessarily mean in all cases that it's bad. Like, I'm not going to take that hard line of a stance, but the Marxist perspective on religion as an institution is that it's always been something that you ally with as the state to get good behavior out of your peasants, you know? The nobility, the aristocrats, they can claim to be godly, but they do whatever the fuck they want, and they always have. Their piousness has never stopped them from living, you know, the life they wanted to live. Killing lots of people, raping people, they don't fucking care. But Christ has, well, not really, but like they say, Christ has very strong words for like the peasantry being diligent. It's the same with Christianity, Islam, Confucianism. Oh, over in the East, all this goes like twice over. You know, like the Protestant work ethic over here is pretty bad, where the Lutherans or whatever the fuck were like, well, actually, you know, the way you get into heaven is by picking crops faster, slave. But over, you know, over there, fucking insanely like authoritarian belief system about respecting your elders. It's like structured on every level, you know, crazy, crazy stuff. You can believe in that or you cannot. But yeah, I don't know. Calvinists? We don't talk about Calvinists in this household. Thank you. We don't believe in that. So anyway, J.D. Vance said something that is objectively anti-Christ here. The idea that it is Christian to love first your family, then your neighbor, then like other people in the country, and then other people in other countries or whatever. And J.D. Vance responded with a quote tweet by referring to Ordo Amoris, which, you know what, I'll go and Google right now, which is a writing by St. Augustine, not Jesus Christ. Sorry, a little bit farther down the list. But anyway, does Rory really think his moral duties to his own children are the same as his duties to a stranger who lives thousands of miles away? Does anyone? I can tell you at least one person who believed that. I can tell you at least one guy in history who thought that. Just one, you know, just a historical figure. One guy. And then he says that Rory is a midwit. I've said it before and I'll say it again. The problem with Rory and people like him is that he has an IQ of 110 and he thinks he has an IQ of 130. This false arrogance drives so much elite failure over the last 40 years. I love having a 4chaner vice president. Elon was nominated for the Nobel Peace Prize. Anyone can be nominated. It doesn't mean anything. Anyway, yeah, this has led to a lot of like religious-minded and theologian types on the internet debating over this. There's not really any debate, though. Doesn't the story of the Good Samaritan tell the opposite of Vance? Yeah, that's the point. Jesus explicitly wrote on this, like very explicitly. There's no room for it. It's not really an interpretation thing, I'm afraid. It's pretty straightforward. Wrote? You know what I mean. He said. Jesus didn't write anything. Thank you. My biblical knowledge. I apologize. You're right. I'm seeing right now, if you look up Ordo Amoris, because nobody cares about this shit except for fake Catholic converts, Compact Mag, which is the fascist internet magazine staffed and written by fascists that briefly had Slavoj Žižek on, you might recall, I covered it in that context, is saying that J.D. Vance is right about Ordo Amoris, which he's not. It's a fascist magazine. Baptist News Global, theologians push back on J.D. Vance's view of ordered love. Vice President J.D. Vance getting schooled by theologians over his inverted theology. expressed in a January 29th Fox News article. Well, thank you, Baptist News. Goes without saying, but Vance also really misunderstands Ordo Amoris. Well, he doesn't misunderstand it. He just doesn't believe in it. Again, like, these people don't study the book or the teachings or whatever. They find snippets that justify pre-existing political biases they had. I tell you, what happens first? Becoming a fascist or becoming a fake Catholic convert? It's becoming a fascist. No, it never happens the other way around. Nobody is like, I am a normal person without biases. I will become a Catholic convert for some reason. Oh, now I'm a fascist. Never happens. Ever. Never happens. It's always a fascist uses it as a metaphysical justification for their pre-existing biases. Now, in addition to having, you know, the arguments they could normally employ in favor of their biases, they can also pretend to be religious in favor of it. Andrew Tate did this with Islam. Remember? In the fakest Muslim conversion ever. He was like, actually a Muslim now, and now all of my arguments on how to become a top G are backed by the Quran or whatever. But did he care? No, he was like drinking on his private flights. He's just a transparent grift, but it gave him a little extra weight. Didn't Jesus also say, camel past the eye of the needle, then it would be for rich men to get heaven? Yeah, but they don't, you can't talk about that with a Christian. No, they do just pretend he didn't say that. There's no... They don't say that. They don't care. A lot of Catholic converts just want to LARP as crusaders. Yeah, you learn about crusaders like in history, and they were mostly just like peasants pissing and shitting themselves and like raping villages they went through, many of them Christian villages, angering Orthodox Christians, doing nothing, accomplishing nothing. The Crusades were like an objective failure on every front. But you know, nowadays, like, you pretend they're based because you saw a bunch of AI generated images of guys in like the bucket helms with the cross on the front, you know? The Bible's full of contradictions. That's true. But you know what? I'll give credit. Jesus's teachings aren't. The Bible's full of contradictions, but the baseline stuff that's ascribed to the teachings of Christ, actually pretty straightforward and for the most part pretty morally on the up and up. You know, I'm not going to do the bullshit people say like you know, Christ was a socialist. He wasn't. People like to say that shit. Was he a hippie? I don't know, maybe like a, you know, 0th century hippie. I don't really care. It's sort of a meaningless categorization in the context of the, you know, of history. But you know, Jesus literally told slaves to serve their masters as they would God. Oh, speaking of, make sure to like and subscribe the stream, hit the bell for more notifications, and donate if you have the spare change to do so. Amen. Anyway, yeah, politics aside, numerous Christian theologians took to social media to point out the vice president, who is a conservative Catholic, misrepresented the teachings of Jesus and the Gospels. Actually, no, wrote Jesuit priest and author James Martin. This misses the point of Jesus' parable of the Good Samaritan. Well, it doesn't miss the point, it just ignores it. After Jesus tells a lawyer that you should love your neighbor as yourself, the lawyer asks him, and who is my neighbor? In response, Jesus tells the story of a Jewish man who has been beaten by robbers and is lying by the side of the road. The man is helped not by those closest to him, a priest and a Levite, but rather by a Samaritan. At the time, Jews and Samaritans would have been considered one another's enemies. It's pretty straightforward. Who is your neighbor? All men are your neighbor. Not women, though. They're stinky. But this is such like a famous parable that Good Samaritan is now considered to be like a religious neutral phrase. Or it's like a euphemism. It's a term that goes beyond Christian usage. Everyone knows what a Good Samaritan is. It's like universally acknowledged in English And presumably in other languages, you know, I'm not French. I assume that French also say Good Samaritan. They just say like, you know, Good Samaritan or something like that. We literally have Good Samaritan laws in the US. Yeah, it's just like a bedrock of language. It's ubiquitous. Exactly. It's so well known. So it's funny that JD Vance is picking a fight over it. People know what Good Samaritans are, but we don't know what Samaritans are. Yeah, to an extent, I suppose. But like, yeah, the Samaritans are gone now, you know, functionally as a group. At least one that's recognized in the way that like the phrase Good Samaritan is. But we know what it means. Vance's own church called him out and told him to fuck off. Wait, really? Wait. Is that true? Did his own church put out a statement over this? You have to, don't dangle that in front of me. Okay, so not for this statement specifically, but just for the Trump administration being like extremely anti Jesus. Samaritans are still here, not many though. Really? Huh. An ethno-religious group originating from the Hebrews and Israelites in the area. Okay, so I'm sorry. My impression was that the Samaritans were a dead and gone group. Total population around 900. Wow. That's wild. That's crazy. Huh. Bro, pagans still exist. I'm not saying that pagans don't exist. I'm saying that the Samaritans haven't exactly been like a dominant ethnic group for... You just don't hear about them, but okay. Why they almost die out? I mean, there's a lot of ethnic groups in history that just haven't made it all the way forward. Not many Mesopotamians left, you know. People get assimilated, they become other ethnic groups. Wait, what the fuck? So the English term is just the name of an ethnic group and we just use their name as a word? Yeah. Well, Good Samaritan, that you're referring to Samaritan like proper noun, but yeah, basically. Isn't that kind of nice? Like, there are so many ethnic groups that have been condemned to the dust of history, but Samaritans in particular are known not just for one of the most famous teachings of Christ, but one in which they're remembered positively. Like, wouldn't it be worse if Jesus was like, yeah, but watch out for the bad Samaritan, and he told a parable of like a time a Samaritan guy pissed on your shoes. And then we're like, yeah, watch out for bad Samaritans, you know. No, Vosh, he was the only good Samaritan. It's implied they're bad on average. No, that's not true. The Jews and the Samaritans were enemies, but Jesus's point was that, like, all men are your brothers, basically. Like, your neighbor just refers to... It doesn't refer to family, ethnicity. It doesn't even refer to tribal loyalty or whatever. It literally just refers to, like, those around you who do kindness. Those in proximity. But not proximity, like, around you physically, you know? More in like an all men are brothers kind of way. Yeah, Jesus's point was, who is your neighbor? That one specific Samaritan. And he's everyone's neighbor. You know, kind of like how Tom was everyone's friend on MySpace. Yes, it's applied they're bad on average. Read scripture. No. No, why would I do that? I'm talking about the point of that parable. I'm not an expert on Judeo-Samaritan relations circa 2,000 years ago. Oh. Voss showing his age with a MySpace reference? That was like 2006 or something. So it just wasn't that long ago. It's a pretty, like, well-known... All right, whatever. You can try to make me feel old. I don't feel old. 20 years ago, bro? Yeah, we're talking about something that happened 2,020 years ago right now. I'm like, oh, you know the parable of the Good Samaritan? Nobody in chat's like, bro, Unc was around for the animal sacrifices. Yo. Dude saw the hanging fucking gardens of Babylon. Fuck you. If you don't know about MySpace and like basic lore about MySpace, that's just an ignorance problem on your. That's literally like social media rules your fucking life. You wake up and go to sleep looking at social media. You don't know about like the one thing everyone knows about the preeminent social media company, the one that predated that was the flourishing point to everything else. I make GeoCities references, and that was before my time. Why does nobody call me old when I make GeoCities references? You were old? Yeah, well, I bet I'm healthier than you. Y'all are gonna hate being 30. They really are. They really, really are. Everyone loves to have fun when they're like 22 and they're like, haha, you don't know the niche internet microtrends I'm aware of, and you know niche internet microtrends that I don't know, but coded bad. The imbalance in our knowledge is stacked against you. But then you'll be 30 and people are going to be making jokes you don't get. The difference is, I get them. I'm on the damn Zoomer hype. I have to keep appraised. I'm a live streamer, you know? I have to keep on top of it. You guys are going to be out of the loop. You're going to be working your fucking 9 to 5. You're going to come home, not have time. You're going to have to raise your kid. Meanwhile, me? I'm on that shit. Yeah, you're going to be making skibbity toilet jokes. And people are going to be like, okay, grandpa, skibbity toilet? Wow. That was 20 years ago. You know what was 20 years ago? The fucking engine skibbity toilets made in. Wasn't Gmod with the orange box 2006? Or was it not with the orange box? And I'm just ascribing that. I'm just associating that. Yes, sir. Yes, Source? Was it in the orange box? Well, the Source engine is prior to Source 2. It's not Source 2. Gmod was created in 2004. Yeah, look what's 20 years old now. So okay, now the shoe's on the other foot. You're making fun of me for knowing about MySpace. Well, you know what? Gmod was already out when Tom was your friend on MySpace. Not 2004, 2006 chat's line. Well, that's what I said initially. What about Club Penguin? I never used Club Penguin. Zoomers unironically using 150-year-old electricity. Whoa, you guys still using alternating current? All right. Your back hurt? That article is out of date, shoot bang. Anyway. Musk and allies have reportedly seized key HR office and skipped past officials to send mass resignation email. What? Excuse me. Seized key HR office, skipped past officials to send mass resignation email. Which email? Oh, was this the buyouts? Where they're telling they sent an email to millions of government employees saying that they'll buy you out if you voluntarily leave your job. Wonder how many people are actually going to go for it. The buyouts are a lie. Oh yeah, I would not for a moment trust that they're actually going to pay anyone out. Maybe they will. I wouldn't trust it. Officials within the Office of Personnel Management were reportedly blindsided by the memo, believed to be heavily influenced by billionaire Musk. I love my, I think that it's journalistic malpractice to post photos where Elon Musk doesn't look disgusting. He looks disgusting in most photos of him. I think that they should stick to those. Pretty much nobody fell for it because it came from an external email and everyone thought it was a phishing scam. Really? It wasn't even filed from the Office of Personnel Management? They just borrowed the email list? They installed an external server day one? Apparently, like, I saw Ken Klippenstein posting a bunch about this, but like apparently they almost immediately like leaked the emails sent to everyone. Like the email list was no longer secure. Look at this. Just in, federal employees are receiving crude messages after the Trump administration's new email system turned out to be insecure. Like, shit show. Just immediately. Cockfucker. Trump tried to suck my cock. All these emails are from within 1 minute. And Ken Klippenstein emailed everyone asking them to sub to his newsletter. He's always on his grind, isn't he? He's really good. He's really, really talented. Ken is the GOAT. I mean, he's on his grind set in a way that I think a lot of people couldn't even begin to imagine, you know? I work with this kind of stuff. This is an incredible kind of screw up. They left the distribution list open to the public, and there's basically no fixing it either. Once you have the list open, like once the information is out there, I mean, you can, it's not unfixable, but you know, so much is getting leaked. It's crazy how much is getting leaked. NLRB's acting general counsel just sent a memo out to staff saying, I cannot promise you everything is going to be okay. Ugh. That's grim. Well, one subject at a time. CDC officials ordered to remove pronouns from mail signatures. Customs and Border Protection employees told they're not allowed to take up Trump administration's resignation offer as all CBP positions are considered national security. Then why were they sent the email? What? They literally, like, they didn't do any vetting or cultivation when they sent out the mass email offering to buy people out of their jobs. They were just like, send it to everyone. And then afterwards they were like, wait, hold on. We don't want anyone leaving this post. Jesus Christ. This is important? Yeah, I know. You people keep linking it. Past the point of insulting incompetence. Because the Trump admin is stupid and doesn't know what they're doing. I love the incompetence of fascism. I love it so much. This was posted about OPM in our union chat. This is from 4 days ago. OPM employee here. We are not the bad guys. Currently an employee at the OPM. This is the throwaway account for obvious reasons. I'm posting this because people need to know what's going on at the OPM. Hostile takeover of the Federal Civil Service. Compromised and taken over. This is just a Reddit post. There's not much... Yeah, this is just a Reddit post. One Punch Man. Office of Personnel Management. Big if true. It explains the email server. No, I understand the email server. I understand how that happened. It's just insane. I choose to believe it's One Punch Man. I know you want that. Oh yeah, and apparently right now, Musk is trying to get control over the Treasury Department payment system. I trust him with that. Gain access to sensitive payment systems, according to 3 people with knowledge of the matter who spoke in the condition of anonymity. So many leaks. David A. Lebrick, who served in non-political roles at the Treasury for several decades, announced his retirement Friday in an email to colleagues obtained by the Washington Post. President Donald Trump named Lebrick as acting secretary upon taking office last week. Lebrick had a dispute with Musk's surrogates over access to the payment system the U.S. government uses to disperse trillions of dollars every year, the people said. This is like, if he gets his hands on this, that could actually be like civilization crumbling. You know the smiling friends. I'm gonna be the money president. If you vote for me, I'm gonna get everyone $1 million. Vote for me, dude. Check the news. It doesn't matter which channel, and the whole country's on fire. It'd be like keys to the kingdom. There are no keys. He would break it. It would be instantly broken. The email offer sent out basically offended federal workers so much they got radicalized and been blasting and telling everyone to tough it out and resist the Trump. And we'll see if that actually ends up happening. Okay, this is a copy-paste of what we just looked at. Officials affiliated with Musk's Department of Government Efficiency have been asking since after the election for access to the system, the people said, requests that were reiterated more recently, including after Trump's inauguration. So is there a sweet spot to how much we want them to destroy the country? Well, this would certainly be a very novel way of destroying it, don't you think? Typically, only a small number of career officials control Treasury's payment systems. Run by the Bureau of the Fiscal Service, the sensitive systems control the flow of more than $6 trillion annually to households, businesses, and more nationwide. Tens, if not hundreds of millions of people across the country rely on the systems, which are responsible for distributing Social Security and Medicare benefits, salaries for federal personnel, payments to government contractors and grant recipients, and tax refunds, among tens of thousands of other functions. I guess my impression, because of the Heritage Foundation, my impression was that they were organizing a total takeover, but they would be smart enough to leave the people who were needed to run these systems. And it seems like that's not happening. It seems like they're just getting rid of everyone who knows how everything works. Like they had 4 years to plan. The way this is supposed to work is that you install enough loyalists in leadership positions that you can direct the competent bureaucrats underneath them to keep things more or less running afloat while you steer the ship in the right direction. But what's happening here is they're just trying to get rid of those bureaucrats. CDC site may go down today or tomorrow. That link doesn't work. Have you considered that Trump is trying to crash the economy on purpose? No, I genuinely don't think we can ascribe that much long-term planning to them. Elon genuinely is low IQ. He's not smart, and he's very powerful. He could, like, think of all of the old medieval, you know, like noblemen or royalty who did stupid shit and blew up the whole fucking country. You know? Because they were half-wits who had infinite power. Alt CDC Blue Sky account warns of impending data removal or loss. I don't know what this means. Everything I say leaks, Zuckerberg says in leaked meeting audio. Thank God. Enjoy it while it's still possible. Download CDC data before it disappears. Oh, you're saying they're just going to, like, delete the servers? Yeah, probably. Elon is a celestial dragon? Kind of. Musk aides lock government workers out of computer systems at U.S. agencies, sources say. Oh, Christ. Okay, hold on. This is all happening so quickly. Like, I really did think that there would be enough people capable of steering the ship to steer the ship. Aides to Elon Musk charged with running the U.S. government human resources agency have locked career civil servants out of computer systems that contain the personal data of millions of federal employees. Locked them out? Do you have any idea how insane this is? Elon Musk and Doge have no legal authority over this. They're literally just walking in, like the kids of the guy who runs the place or something. Wait, wasn't the whole point of Project 2025 they'd have legions of loyalists to replace these? Yeah, that's what I mean. The whole point was that you quickly run in the loyalists to take over these institutions, but it looks like Elon is literally just like personally going to these institutions and going like he's bored. Me when I have to crash the global fucking finance system because I'm bored. How are you feeling about the potential illegitimacy of the 2028 election, buddy? I don't know what the fuck's gonna happen, man. The two officials who spoke to Reuters on condition of anonymity for fear of retaliation said some senior career employees at OPM have had their access revoked to some of the department's data systems. The systems include a vast database called Enterprise Human Resources Integration, which contains dates of birth, social security numbers, appraisals, home addresses, pay grades, and length of service for government workers, the official said. I wonder why Elon Musk would feel the need to take this over and then lock other people out of it. Yeah, all we can hope is that the Department of Energy keeps a tight rein on the fucking nuclear codes when Elon Musk walks in. We have no visibility into what they are doing with the computer and data systems, one of the officials said. That is causing great concern. There's no oversight. It creates real cybersecurity and hacking implications. Officials affected by the move can still log on and access functions like email, but can no longer see the massive datasets that cover every facet of the federal workforce. Musk, OPM, representatives of the new team, and the White House did not immediately respond to requests for comment. A team including current and former employees of Musk assumed command of OPM on January 20th, the day Trump took office. They have moved sofa beds onto the 5th floor of the agency's headquarters, which contains the director's office and can only be accessed with a security badge or security escort, one of the OPM employees said. Worth reminding that Elon and all the people around him have not passed any kind of security clearance. Like, there's been no... They're just doing whatever they want. Sofa beds have been installed so the team can work around the clock, the employee said. Feels like a hostile takeover. No, they were exempted from security clearance? Yeah, that's what I mean. I don't want to get too alarmist, but the way things are right now, especially if Musk gets his grubby little rat hands on the payment system from the Treasury, that could legitimately, like, collapse the country faster than anything ever could. Like, it's possible that mismanagement of that system could collapse things with about the speed of a nuclear strike on the United States. Obviously, not as many people would die immediately, but, like, you know, What the fuck does he even want it for? I don't know. This isn't how you make money. You don't make money by... He's not going into the Treasury database to, like, redirect the money to him. That's asinine. That's not how it works. The only thing I can think of is that, like, he thinks that by directly tapping into the money stream, rather than the legislation that controls the money stream, he can cut back government spending so we'd be able to afford to give him and his cronies more tax breaks. But, like, I don't know. It's insane. It genuinely does feel like Elon Musk is just doing anything that he wants. And nobody's stopping him. Again, me when I have to collapse the global economy because I'm bored. Don't you need legislation for that? I mean, they're not following the law. How is this not illegal? It is. It is illegal. It doesn't matter. Law doesn't matter. I can't believe Fukuyama ended up being right all along. Yeah, it truly is the end of history. I don't know. Absolutely insane. This should be at the top. This is more important than the tariffs. I know it's crazy, but it's more important than the tariffs. They're really just doing fascism for fascism's sake now? This isn't even fascism. It's a new, more interesting thing. Elonocracy. That's from 20 minutes ago. I don't know. You'd think oligarchs would be smarter? You shouldn't. It's a common misconception. Got the sniffles. So how are we doing? Governor Pritzker has signed an order prohibiting all J6 rioters from state employment. Nice. That's largely a virtue signal, but it's a good one. Better than a vice signal. Senior FBI leaders ordered to retire, resign, or be fired by Monday. That's cool. A CNN subscription? Really? Well, that's new. I'm not paying fucking CNN. Archive.is it is then. Yeah, can somebody pull that article via archive.is? Let's see. NOAA calls the troll emails employees received following Trump administration's changes to the network a cyber attack and extremely offensive. Maybe don't leak the email list then. To comply with Trump's executive order on DEI, workers at NOAA have been instructed to deactivate specific agency materials containing the following keywords. Just by keywords. Ability, acceptance, access, affirmative, aggression, allyship, androgyne, asexual, belonging, bias, binary, bisexual, black, culture, DEIA, discrimination, diversity, EEO, empathy, empowerment, equitable, equity, ethnicity, fairness, gay, gender, gender dysphoria, handicap, homosexual, LGBTQ, LGBTQIA, intersex, LGBTQ twice, LGBTQ plus, pansexual, queer, transgender, transsexual, transvestite. Just by keyword? They forgot POC and people of color? Yeah, no kidding. Stream tags be like, yeah, tag yourself. Deactivate learning objects containing the following words. Furry still safe? That's true. Thank you. At least 6 senior FBI leaders have been ordered to retire, resign, or be fired by Monday, according to sources briefed in the matter, extending a purge that began last week at the Justice Department across the street from the FBI headquarters. The senior officials are at the executive assistant director level or special agent in charge level and include those who oversee cyber, national security, and criminal investigations, the sources told CNN. This is like genuinely unprecedented in not just American history, but possibly history, I think. This level of like governmental purging being replaced with this kind of like kiss-ass sycophant Russia? Well, no, because in Russia, mostly the same people kept power, right? The high-level Soviet officials were just made into oligarchs. Like power was consolidated, but for the most part, who was in charge, there was kind of a steady flow. This is like an insane unwinding of bureaucracy. I think even the Nazis did it. I genuinely don't think the Nazis operated on this timetable. Like after they took power with like replacing the Weimar government and stuff, I genuinely don't think they did. This is insanely quick and like every level, you know? Like the Nazis made an effort to convert as many people as they could. Like obviously if the Nazis took over government, they would be like, hey, you guys should be Nazis too, don't you think? Obviously the threat being like they'd be arrested or killed if they weren't. But it looks like people aren't even being given an option to, I don't know. The German government was already amiable to the Nazis. But my point is like, they're getting rid of people who aren't even like anti-MAGA. It's not just like they're getting rid of General Milley types or whatever. They're getting rid of everyone. You'd think the first step would be, hey, can we like convert these people? Can we make these people, can we at least see if they are in line with the president's agenda? Like, is it possible for us to make sure that they'll go along with us? But it looks like they're not even doing that. People aren't even being given a chance to fall in line. This whole government's going to dramatically collapse, isn't it? Honestly, this is like Nazism by way of the French Revolution. That's kind of true, yeah. We're seeing like French Revolution mix-up, except rather than like rationales or whatever, or liberté types, it's the Nazis making the decisions. How would one minimize personal damage with this level of admin handling by Elon? Hold gold? I have no fucking idea. I'm really sorry. I don't have any financial advice. So like when Napoleon took over? No. No, Napoleon No, look, I'm not a history expert. I really do think this is more or less unprecedented. This kind of gutting. Kyle calls them revolutionary conservatives. Trump transition officials in recent months have signaled plans to push aside leaders promoted by former FBI Director Christopher Wray. The leadership changes have drawn internal consternation, in part because these officials didn't have anything to do with the prosecutions of Donald Trump, which have been the focus of the president's ire. Yeah, that's what I mean. It's like they're not even putting in the effort to see if they can preserve all of this institutional knowledge and turn them in favor of the president. The personnel moves come as hundreds of FBI agents who were assigned to investigating the Jan 6 Capitol attack and Trump's alleged mishandling of classified documents are bracing for the possibility they could be forced out or punished, similar to what has happened to dozens of career Justice Department lawyers. The change highlights how the new administration has moved quickly to deliver on Trump's vow to strike back at so-called weaponization of the FBI. Fascist framing here. Fascist framing. This is actually the Trump administration fulfilling promises to move quickly to depoliticize the FBI. Fuck you. Fuck you. That's why I'm not giving you money, you piece of shit. Some agents say the criticism belies the fact that FBI agents and supervisors can't choose which assignments they are given as part of their job. The FBI workforce is broadly conservative, and many agents initially had qualms about being assigned the Capitol attack and Trump cases, viewing the prosecutions as heavy-handed. Fuck you, CNN. People familiar with the matter say. Some Justice Department lawyers leading the Jan 6 cases complained they believed agents sometimes slow-walked some of their work. Like, literally, the FBI is full of people who would do anything Trump says. And he's still going after them. The FBI Agents Association officials met with FBI Director nominee Kash Patel in recent weeks to raise those concerns, urging him to protect agents who did their work investigating violent crimes with oversight from judges, FBI supervisors, and Justice Department lawyers. According to people briefed in the meeting, Patel listened but offered no reassurances, the people briefed in the meeting said. I think we saw this bit. Do we not believe in playing that video on the archive? We do not believe in playing that video. I don't know. I don't know what to say. It's not just incompetence. There's like a maliciously and knowingly inept strategy being pursued here. Arrogance? It might just be like arrogance. It is confusingly suicidal, yeah. Like, this doesn't aid them in their interest. Like firing this many people who are potentially already loyal to you. It makes no sense. I mean, Hitler was batshit too and regularly kneecapped his own generals. Yeah, but, and I hate to pull the comparison, but not to this extent and not this quickly. Like, this is making the Nazi takeover of Germany look, at least in the early years, relatively, like, competently executed. Where you consolidate power, you bring people in, you kill eventually you kill the people who are no longer useful to you. This is, like, I'm pretty sure that if Hitler had done this, if he had been appointed as chancellor and then immediately had fired, like, every fucking bureaucrat who knew anything. It didn't matter whether they agreed with him or not. Just like, you know, just toss them all out there with no, like, no scruples, no discernment or anything like that. I'm pretty sure that Germany wouldn't have even had the economy you need to have waged World War II. I don't even think they would have been able to get their factories churning enough to invade Poland. They would have imploded. Yeah. So this is a good thing then, right? I mean, I guess. Probably a pointless question, but where are the Democrats in this? Why aren't they screaming? I don't know. Who fucking... It's a one-party state, okay? Absolutely wild. This is what you asked for in your I'm Not Accelerationist segment. Look, I stand by my positions here, okay? I would rather them, through incompetence, crash the economy soon than, through competence, crash it more slowly while doing a bunch of Hitler shit. Like, think about it in Nazi Germany. Wouldn't you have rather Hitler crashed the German economy in, like, 1937? To the extent that it was never even possible to do World War II? Like, probably, yeah, I don't know. I imagine that would have been a lot better. Things still would have been bad. I just didn't expect it to be this soon. Me either. I don't think anyone did. I don't know, like they still would have had concentration camps. You know, I'm going to be honest with you. I don't know if that's true, because the Jews were the scapegoat that Germany used to consolidate power and drive. Like, the big lie was a myth to consolidate, like, national interest into a war economy. If their economy had collapsed to the extent they couldn't have even done the war economy bit, don't get me wrong, still would have been a shitload of anti-Semitism, and to an extent, the Holocaust still would have happened. But a lot of the bad stuff that they did, you know, not just World War II, obviously, like the Holocaust, a lot of that stuff was like the engine that fueled the fanaticism that they needed to engage in that total war effort, if that makes any sense. I guess what I'm saying is that it's good if fascist governments collapse economically. I don't know. Maybe it's just a little bit better. Maybe I'm totally wrong on that. I don't know. It's kind of unprecedented territory. I'm really trying to gild a lily a little bit here, you know? It's only January. Well, it's January 31st. It's kind of like Pol Pot going after everyone who is educated, IMO. I can't wait to be invaded by Vietnam to liberate us. Vietnam, please. I apologize for what my people have done to yours. Please. I beg of you. I always loved pho. Do you think Italian fascists could have sustained itself for a while if they didn't get dragged into war? I mean, Mussolini's fascism was a lot less fanatical than Hitler's, but fascism is fascism and irrationalism is irrationalism. Italy would have, or Mussolini's Italy would have collapsed at some point eventually anyway. The war probably hastened that process, you know? But yeah, Mussolini, he was more of a proceduralist. He was less of a freak. Fascism survived in Spain. Well, kind of. I think one of the reasons why it's hard to talk about Franco's Spain is because he never consolidated enough power to really do the stuff fascists are known for. You know what I mean? Like I feel like Franco and his government were fascist, but they never got the power they needed to do like the national fascist agenda. They only ever were like a fascist contingent waging for power in Spain. Maybe it would have been different if they had, you know, fascism lasted even longer in Portugal. Yeah, but then they got overthrown by like soldiers with flowers, the Carnation Revolution. So obviously fascism was not sending its best that day, okay? Hitler's fascism had to be undone by like, I don't know, 50 billion tons of explosives. The Carnation Revolution, listen, I'm not saying if I was a Portuguese fascist, I would have done it different. I am saying, however, that if I was, through circumstance, unfortunately placed in that position, you need a little bit more than a carnation to take me down. I'm just saying I'm a different kind of beast. I'm not saying that's good. Franco won the Civil War. He had more than enough political power. Well, but he kind of didn't. Masagoi, don't spam. He definitely accumulated enough power to execute maneuvers. I'm not defending Franco, but you know what I mean when I say that he never... Like, Franco never had control of Spain the way Hitler had control of Germany, or even Mussolini over Italy, you know? Like, there was never that kind of, like, stable consolidation from which he could then build, like, the fascist project that inevitably leads to, like, total self-destruction. Basically what I'm saying is he was denied the opportunity to exercise the power that would have allowed him to self-destruct faster. Franco was more of a monarchy than a fascist. Yeah, there's always variance, you know. Both Franco and Mussolini had to deal with powerful monarchist factions and Catholics. We need more real Catholics here in the United States to defend us. Please. We need like a new world Vatican that can hold out as a stronghold. I remember. That's what we need. Franco's still revered in Spain by many? Yeah, people always do that. There are people who think that like Tsar Nicholas II was like the greatest Russian leader or fucking what. People always do that shit. To maybe rule out of this absolutist doom vibe, do you reckon they could suddenly pivot to more competent fascism as they see economy issues or no? I'm not going to lie. We are careening very quickly and very violently into a potential like collapse scenario. And if that happens, I don't know what they could do to pull us out of it. Like any administration so bad that it could drive the United States of America into a pit within the first few weeks of taking power. Like, what are they going to do? I guarantee you, if there's an economic collapse, the remainder of Trump's presidency, in whatever form it takes, is going to be him blaming DEI for, like, the water wars that break out in the American Southwest. Thanks to the $2. Rice, beans, and oats store well. Yeah, buy beans. Waterworld was a documentary. True. Get a rice cooker. Why do people not have rice cookers? Like already, I mean. Like you can get one, leaving aside the fact that you can get one at like a Goodwill for $2 or whatever. I mean, you can still buy one for like $30. They're so good. You just keep them on forever. Like, you make a cup or two of rice, turn them on, you leave it there, you keep it on warm, you take the rice when you want it, eat it within like 2 days or something, and then you just put it in a regular pot. It's not the same. It's not the same. Because then you have it in a pot rather than like a self-warming bowl that you can always access. It's just not the same. Like, you can make it in a pot, but you'll have the well-cooked rice every time with no effort on your part, and it's always there. Warm rice, always ready for you. Yeah, Asian people fucking use rice cookers. Why waste the energy? Do you have any idea how little energy it takes to keep a metal bowl that's insulated within a air pocket in a plastic container at like a nice 100 degrees or whatever Fahrenheit. You're using a phone or a computer right now, okay? You can throw beans in the rice cooker. You can throw a lot in the rice cooker. If you want to make flavored rice, you can throw in some cumin, you can throw in some lime juice, you can do whatever. I had no idea you could leave them on. Wouldn't the rice dry out? Nope, it stays humid because it's contained, so none of the water leaves. You can make a lot with a rice cooker. You can add some butter in there. It's good. It's good. Genuinely, it's very good. That sounds unsafe. No, it's how it works. People do it. It's totally fine. It's like a crock pot. Yeah, it's like a low-level crock pot. Riverboat Jack, that sounds like some magic to me. I don't know shit about that. I don't know shit about that. Sorry. What brand do you have? I don't know what brand I have. It's just really good. It's just such a good kitchen implement. Like, I would rate rice cooker and air fryer as the two like essential things to have in your kitchen, where for $50 you can elevate your like the convenience of making so many different meals just like that. There's a lot of stuff I won't say you need. You don't need a sandwich press or a panini press or whatever the fuck. I mean, I guess you need a waffle press if you want to make waffles. There's kind of no other way to make waffles unless you want some like fiddly bullshit or whatever. But like, yeah, but like those are genuinely transcendental. Air fryer and rice cooker, there you go. I would put those on top of microwave, personally. Why use a rice cooker? A normal pan with water works fine, right? I've given you I've led you to the water. You are the one who has to drink. For convenience, fine. You don't need it, though. Well, you don't need any of it, of course. You could be eating raw potatoes if you wanted. Of course, you don't need it. But yeah, no, like, it's still good. Isn't the point of, like, civilization to increase the convenience with which you do things you otherwise have to do? Okay, yeah, I'm literally going to defer to the race argument, okay? Watch an anime, and then wait for the scene where they have the rice at the dinner table. They have a rice cooker. They have a rice cooker. Why? Because they make a lot of rice, and they're not stupid. They're not stupid and stubborn, and they're like, no, I'll make it the inferior way that takes more time and effort and produces inconsistent results and doesn't stay warm and isn't easy to move around and can't be augmented as easily. And then, like, they make a lot of rice, so they use a rice cooker. Rice is tasteless? That's getting you an hour mute. I'm sorry, I can't. How did you express an opinion that is whiter than the food you're talking about? You'll come back in an hour and you'll be nice. Rice is tasteless without beans? Season your rice. Haven't you ever had Mexican rice, Indian rice? There's so many different types of rice. Or just some soy sauce if you want to go classic, I guess. But yeah, like cumin, chili powder, a little bit of beef stock, lime juice, mix, make the thing. Congratulations, you've got some dope-ass fucking, like, Mexican rice, you know? Literally just butter, pepper, salt. Mix. Now it's tasty. Wow, seasoning. Seasoning? A dirty word to folks of Caucasian descent, I know, but I've learned to accept it. Also, can somebody explain to me why there is wash your rice propaganda? Who the fuck cares if it's cooked with, like, the little starchy no-stick dust in it? It makes the rice sticky. Don't you want sticky rice? Doesn't everyone like sticky rice? Well, you do need to wash your rice. Like, wash it once, but people do the, like, sifting do to get all of the, like, starch out. No, I don't like sticky rice. I can't help you with that. Wash your damn rice. I'm talking about when you wash it to remove the starch, not the normal rice wash. I thought I was clear with this. Because you want the sticky rice. It depends on the quality of the rice. I normally have medium grain. I guess I usually eat sushi rice. I don't like long grain rice. Unless it's like jasmine. Like I don't like normal long grain white rice. I like brown rice. I like basmati, like medium grain rice. Jasmine rice, yeah. But I don't like normal long grain white rice. A rice cooker is not very useful unless you eat rice multiple times a week. I mean, it's kind of like a staple food, but yeah, I eat rice pretty often. I love Mexican food, so I'm always out here. Catch me at any time of day making like rice bean mixes for burritos or tacos or whatever the fuck else. Yeah, well. I'll take a look, Hey Comrade. I gotta take a piss, but we still have more to cover. There's always more to cover. Oh, man. How to thread. What's your opinion on ceilings? I think it's raining out there, so I guess I'm pretty in favor of them. You know, thinking about it. Oh, boy. Trump attacks Fed after no change in interest rates. Let's see. The Fed left key interest rate unchanged at its January meeting on Wednesday in a range of 4.25 to 4.5, hitting pause after a string of cuts late last year. Powell said the bank was not in a hurry to cut more, given significant uncertainty about where the economy will be headed. I'm not lying, man. I'm not fucking joking. Jeremy Powell might actually be like the wall against absolute economic collapse. Because when every other institution in the United States is completely kowtowing to the new administration, the Fed might actually be the only remaining. So when does he get fired? They can't legally fire him, but I guarantee you that Elon Musk and Trump are already like sending him emails, you know? Jerome? Crazy thing is he's a Republican. Yeah, but he's a Republican from before this is what Republicanism meant. Like, this is a whole different world. Fed isn't part of the government. It's not even about being legal. He's straight up not working for the government. Yeah, but, you know, Considering the fact that inflation is about to skyrocket, it seems likely that the interest rates are about to go up. Not a good time to be getting a mortgage. The tariffs kick in tomorrow. That's the idea. Gaza checkpoint to be staffed by U.S. Special Forces veterans hired by private security firm. The deployment of armed U.S. contractors, let's call them what they are, mercenaries, in Gaza is unprecedented and poses the risk that Americans could be drawn into fighting as President Donald Trump's administration seeks to keep the Israel-Gaza war from reigniting. Oh, yeah. Oh, I bet. Oh, yeah. I bet Donald Trump's real committed to that, as opposed to, I don't know, this being the legal pretext for getting U.S.-affiliated casualties on the mark so he can justify sending in actual troops as part of a defensive measure. Unidentified U.S. personnel with unidentified Arab personnel donning Egypt-Qatar Committee insignia manning Gaza checkpoint. Low-profile U.S. security firm hiring 100 U.S. Spec Ops vets to run Gaza checkpoint. Apparently, the pay for this is quite good, possibly because they're being sent out here as sacrificial lambs. Fascists love war. If any of these guys die, or even get shot at, it could be a false flag. Who knows? Who cares? That would be used as a pretext to reignite war. By the way, the info in the article is wrong. They're not just hiring U.S. vets. I have friends here in the UK who have been approached for this job. In the UK? Are they that hard up? It's not like there aren't plenty of veterans in America who are willing to get paid $1,000 a day. IDF will shoot at them just so we reignite the war. I mean, genuinely, not an impossibility. Jesus. This is a really big deal. This whole time we've been keeping people out of this area. Like, we've sent people to arm, like, missile defense systems over in Israel, but they're at the checkpoint. Like, they're at the point of conflict. If they get shot at or killed, I guarantee you're going to start hearing rhetoric about how, like, you know, those Hamas animals will never stop no matter what, and they broke the ceasefire. It definitely wasn't Israel, and we need to go in there and help them or something like that. That rhetoric already exists. Not as a pretext for U.S. soldiers being put down there. No, we've avoided that up until this point. This is really dangerous. Oh. Wow, I didn't realize. UG Solutions, a low-profile company founded in 2023 and based in Davidson, is offering a daily rate starting at $1,100, with a $10,000 advance to veterans it hires, the email says. Yeah, I undershot it by 10%. That's a nothing burger? I mean, $1,000 a day for the job of getting shot at to provoke a war? Yeah, I'd want more. Y'all forget that's tax-free, though? True. Mercs get paid more usually. That's why I'm surprised. Yeah, but think about it. This is a new company started in 2023. I bet you they're not getting actual mercs for this because they wouldn't take this job because they know it's suicide bait. Like, think about it. Mercs, not saying they're smart, but they're probably pretty street smart when it comes to this sort of thing. You get a job for guarding the checkpoint to Gaza right after an extremely tenuous ceasefire negotiated by a habitual liar of a president and a habitually genocidal prime minister of Israel. They know a stitch up when they see one. Yeah, that might be the reason why the pay's low, and it might be the reason why they're not going with veteran mercenaries. Rather, they're just hiring people. And if Kowalski is to be believed, the fact that they're approaching people in the UK seems like they're trying to get suckers. For this specific job, Comrade Robin Hood, I don't know. This specific job, again, think about it. Israel has more than enough IDF soldiers. What possible reason could we have for bringing mercenaries there outside of, like, potentially setting up a false flag? Or like an instigate, like, you know, a fucking any kind of, like, instigatory action. I don't know what other possible reason there could be for doing this. It was part of the ceasefire deal so IDF troops wouldn't remain in Gaza. Yeah, but they're at the checkpoint. Was that a provision specifically? U.S. would provide mercenaries? Why isn't Israel providing those mercenaries? Hold on. Maybe I'm off base on this, okay? I have to admit, like, we're in an atmosphere of paranoia. I admit to, you know. Israel, Hamas, ceasefire... Details? I would need the specifics on this. Details, checkpoint. Give me like a... U.S. security firm hiring special force veterans to staff key Gaza checkpoint. Private contractors, Egyptian security personnel carry out and protection checkpoint next to the same corridors. Then a small U.S. security firm hiring nearly 100 U.S. special veterans. Introducing armed American contractors into the heart of one of the world's most violent conflict zones. UG Solutions. Staff the checkpoint key intersection Gaza's interior. Those are internal checkpoints. Those are internal checkpoints. It's a bit shady, but that doesn't mean it's conspiracy. I'm not alleging conspiracy, but this is like a pretty well-known tactic for warmongering governments. God, they even mention it here. The U.S. use of private security firms has in the past led to disaster. In 2007, contractors for the now-defunct Blackwater firm shot dead 14 civilians in Baghdad's al-Nusra Square, igniting a diplomatic crisis and outraging Iraqis. 4 Blackwater personnel were convicted in U.S. court and pardoned by Trump in his first term. I remember that. Insurgents in Fallujah, Iraq, in 2004 killed 4 Americans working for Blackwater and hung 2 of their bodies from a bridge, prompting a massive U.S. military response. We've done this before. And as for the provisions of the ceasefire, or the expectations of the ceasefire, boy, that's a lot of text. And boy, I'm getting close to the end of stream. Agreed upon number. Wounded. Okay, first, we're still in the first 42 days. I don't see anything in here that would mandate this, at least not yet. On the third day, Israeli forces withdraw completely from Al Rashid Street eastward to Salah al-Din Street, completely dismantle the military sites and installation of the area, are allowed to return to those places, but freedom of entry humanitarian aid. We'll see what happens. We'll see what happens. How about that? How about we see what happens? We see what happens? How about we see what happens? I don't want to, Vosh, no? Yeah, well. Okay, boss. You said it, boss. Jesus fucking Christ. Tariffs are tomorrow. Does anyone know, like, what time the tariffs would be put in place? Would the tariffs be put in place at 12 a.m. ET? Or would it happen, like, some other time? You know, like at 8 a.m. ET or something like that. I'd assume so. Fuck, I wonder if I should just do, like, a night stream so I can be here for it. Oil is now included in the tariffs? Really? Can you find me that? GG, y'all. Good night, y'all. Logging off. Bite cyanide tablet. Can you please link that? Will that make eggs cheaper? Yes, I say, like patting your head as I load the shotgun. Can I get... U.S. tariffs, oil. I need that info. Trump vows, updated 14 minutes ago. Okay. Trump vows to tariff chips, oil, and gas. Nothing. President Donald Trump told reporters on Friday nothing can be done by Canada, Mexico, and China to forestall tariffs, and vowed to tariff items such as chips, oil, and gas. The immediate effect of the 25% tariffs and added the tariffs on oil and gas are likely by February 18th. As an additional tariff? Or just they get added into the 25% afterwards? Oh, boy. Is it additional? It's also vague.
So terribly. Question. I'm sure you didn't hear. Am I going to impose tariffs on the European Union? You want the truthful answer, or shall we give you a political answer? Absolutely. Absolutely. The European Union has treated us so terribly. Question.
Is there a live feed in the Oval Office right now? It seems like he's talking directly to the press right now. Is there... He was supposed to be signing EOs? Yeah, but like, where's the video feed of what we're looking at right here? Right here. This is from 14 minutes ago. Can somebody find that? I'm looking on YouTube to see if there's any ongoing live feed from the Oval Office, and I don't see it. Is it from this? Oh, well, great. Where's the live feed? What? That was from 41 minutes ago. Nothing? I'm seeing multiple live feeds that say Trump's supposed to sign more executive orders, and then they just cut out and it doesn't happen. Where are these statements coming from? He's speaking to reporters right now. This news is breaking. It's such a shit show, man. Is the government going to actually explode tomorrow? I don't think anyone knows what's happening at this point, man. Oh, do we have something?
Seems to welcome and want the reason he called this election in the first place.
Yeah, but with Queen's Park,
this is just a live feed. This isn't a live feed of the Oval Office. So what you're saying is I should buy a rice cooker now? Well, they're all made in China, so yeah, probably. What happened to believing that the tariffs weren't actually going to happen? What does that mean? What happened to your prediction not coming true? Well, it didn't come true. What do you mean? What happened to it? What kind of rhetorical question is that? I didn't think it would happen because it's insane. I guess it's happening. I don't know. What do you want from me? Yeah, he could still back out, but it seems pretty unlikely because these tariffs are meant to go into effect in like 8 hours. Here's the live feed. If this isn't the live feed, you're getting permabanned.
It's a lot of money coming to the United States. As you know, we have
Is it actually the live feed?
$200 billion deficit with Canada.
Started streaming less than 1 minute ago. Okay, for some reason, it's only just now starting, I guess?
And I say, why should we be subsidizing Canada? It's wonderful. I have so many friends in Canada. It's a great place.
Is there a concession you're looking for, sir?
No, we're not looking for a concession. And we'll just see what happens. We'll see what happens. And with Mexico, it's the same thing. We have a $250 billion deficit, and we have a lot of people coming into the border, and now we've largely stopped that, but we've stopped that ourselves. I think they've done a fantastic job. You've seen the numbers. They've dropped to almost zero. But we've suffered under the past administration for years and years. We've suffered with millions of criminals coming into our country. Criminals, people from jails from all over the world. They come through Mexico, and they come through Canada, too. A lot of them come through Canada, and a lot of fentanyl comes through Canada. And China makes the fentanyl. China makes the fentanyl, gives it to Mexico.
It's like it's too late to back out. The tariffs are going to be imposed
Mexico, but also
in
a lot
8 hours
Canada.
or so.
And so all three haven't treated us very well.
There are significant.
Could I ask you about your meeting with NVIDIA? What did you talk about, and do you think you need to ban more of the chips that they're selling to China?
Well, he's a great gentleman, and I hadn't met him. He's the biggest in the world in terms of chips. And I can't say what's going to happen with it. We had a meeting. It was a good meeting. But eventually we're going to put tariffs on chips. We're going to put tariffs on oil and gas. That'll happen fairly soon. I think around the 18th of February. And we're going to put a lot of tariffs on steel. We already have tariffs on steel, and we've saved our steel industry, but that was relatively small compared to what it'll be. But we're going to be putting tariffs on steel and aluminum.
Me when I have to crash
ultimately
the
copper.
global economy because I'm bored.
Copper will take a little bit longer, and that'll happen pretty quickly. It'll mean it'll be a great boost for our steel industry. It'll make our steel industry very strong. If I didn't put the tariffs on years ago on steel, which actually Biden left because there was so much money that they couldn't do anything about it, I think we would have lost. We wouldn't have one steel mill in this country if I didn't do that. We saved the steel industry.
So
it was an honor to do it, and I think the people that love me most in the whole world are people that make steel. But we're going to be putting sometime this month, next month, we're going to be putting tariffs on steel and aluminum, and we'll give you an announcement as to what the exact date is. But it'll be a tremendous amount of money for our country, a tremendous amount. These are big numbers. And in addition to that, and you see the power of the tariff. I mean, the tariff is good, and nobody can compete with us because we have by far the biggest piggy bank. And so that'll take place very quickly. But also we'll be doing pharmaceuticals. And to bring our industry back, we want to bring pharmaceuticals back to the country. And the way you bring it back to the country is by putting up a wall, and the wall is a tariff wall. We were the richest country in the world. We were at our richest from 1870 to 1913. That's when we had.
That's so true, man.
Tariff
That's
country.
definitely when America was a superpower.
And then they went to an income tax concept, and
that was definitely when we were at the height of our power.
I mean, it's okay, but would have been very much better. So we'll be doing pharmaceuticals, importantly, and drugs, medicines, etc. All forms of medicine and pharmaceuticals. And we'll be doing, very importantly, steel, and we'll also be doing chips and things associated with chips.
And sir, what do you plan on talking with the Japanese Prime Minister about next Friday when you all meet?
Well, he's coming in, next week. I don't know who he is for a meeting, and I have great respect for Japan. I like Japan. Prime Minister Abe was a very close friend of mine. What happened to him was so sad, one of the saddest days. But they're coming in to speak to me, and I look forward to it.
Mr. President, on the crash, do you have any concerns that your commentary about things you have described as common sense or your observations could in any way interfere with the thorough investigation of the crash?
No, I think they'll do an investigation. It'll probably come out the way I said it. I like to put it up front. I'm so tired of listening to things happen to our country, and then people say we'll do an investigation, and 3 years later they come out with a report that nobody looks at.
Me too. Hey, Jan 6 committee, me too, brother. I'm right there with you. Garland should have locked your ass up.
The helicopter,
Day one.
The Black Hawk was too high. It was above the 200 limit by double. Shouldn't have been there. And there were some other mistakes made too, and I pointed them out also, and I was right on all of it. But they'll still do an investigation just to check it out. But I think
As
that's
Commander-in-Chief, are you at all concerned about opining about the Army and the conduct of that aircraft when you are Commander-in-Chief and these are the people who report to you and there is an investigation ongoing?
This was all caused by bad rules, regulations, and other things by Biden, the Biden administration. And when you look at the way they ran things, in fact, if you look, we hired, one of the first things I told them to do is say, get talented people in those beautiful towers overlooking runways. You better get them in there fast because we don't have people there that are qualified. And you knew that because planes were landing very, very late. They were circling all over the place. We had people that didn't know what the hell they were doing.
And so there are planes in the air everywhere, and there are other air traffic. Pardon me, sir.
We have to have the best people, the smartest people, the sharpest people as control tower experts. And that's what they have to be. They have to be experts, and they have to be very smart. And we didn't have our best. And if you read the quote that I read yesterday at the news conference, it talked about people that were psychologically injured were okay, and people that had lots of problems were okay. I'd read it again if you'd like me to, but I don't think I have to waste your time.
Does that give you concern, though, sir, with planes in the air all around the country, people relying on that as safety? Are you suggesting there's an ongoing risk?
No, I think there's very little risk, but I think that we have to make sure that this never happens again. Very, very little risk. And we're taking actions that this can't happen again. The helicopter, as you know, was out of its zone. Shouldn't have been out of its zone. It was at the same height as the airplane. Now, the airplane was coming down on its track. It was perfect. It was in perfect shape coming down, and something was in its way. You can't let that happen, and it won't be happening again. And this was all because of weak rules in the Biden administration. And we're just not going to let that kind of thing happen again. And again, I could wait, and I could, give a report in 2 years like they always do. And sometimes it's obvious. In this case, to me, it was very obvious, and I think I've been proven to be very correct. Yeah.
Mr. President, what do you expect from your meeting with Prime Minister Netanyahu next week?
I expect a lot of good things. From all meetings, I expect good things. Marco Rubio, as you know, is going to make a tour of various countries in South America. He's going to be meeting in Panama where Panama's treated us very badly. They gave him
Getting a
rather
Mussolini,
them-
at least the
rather
trains will run
foolishly,
well
a
on time
thing
by
called the
Bosch. I
Panama
don't
Canal,
think they're
the most
going to,
expensive
though.
project we ever built. If you look at
And
today's
it
numbers.
didn't with him either,
Most
but I don't think
expensive ever built.
I don't
We lost
think
38,000
that we're getting that.
men. In that case, all men, just about all men. 38,000 to the mosquito, to malaria and various other problems that you get from jungles. It was a tremendously costly event. We built the Panama Canal 110 years ago. Think of it, the most expensive development we ever did. And really one of the wonders of the world, one of the great wonders of the world. And we didn't give it to China, we gave it to Panama. And Panama's been ripping down all the China language signs. They've been working like mad to try, but about 70% of the signs were up and they were written in Chinese.
Damn, is this true? A new survey by KPMG in Canada finds that 9 in 10 Canadian business leaders wholeheartedly believe the federal and provincial governments must stand firm in protecting Canada's sovereignty and values. They support retaliatory tariffs against the U.S., even if it negatively affects their business, with over 8 in 10 advocating for a targeted dollar-for-dollar response. Hell yeah, brother! The Canadian obsession with distinguishing yourself from Americans finally coming in handy.
And that's not the deal. So we're going to take it back. They've already offered to do many things, but we think it's appropriate that we take it back. They've totally violated the agreement. We have an agreement. They violated the agreement, and Marco Rubio's going over there to talk to the gentleman that's in charge.
Mr. Gaza, do you still think it's a good idea for Jordan and Egypt to be taking in Palestinians when they reject the idea and the Palestinians who are living now in Egypt?
Oh, I think Jordan will take people, yeah, people from Gaza. And I think Egypt will take them also. I mean, I heard somebody said they're not going to, but I think they will. I feel confident they will.
Mr. President, will tomorrow's tariffs include oil?
What?
Will tomorrow's tariffs be inclusive of Canadian crude?
I'm probably going to reduce the tariff a little bit on that. We think we're going to bring it down to 10% on the oil. So it's 25% on the Canada side.
What?
Mr. President,
Wait. What?
Reduce the tariff a little bit on that. We think we're going to bring it down to 10% on the oil. So it's 25% on the Canada side.
25% Canada's 25%
Mr. President, are these tariffs stacking on top of already existing tariffs? Or
Yes,
this will be the
on top of whatever may be existing.
Mr.
Mr. President, ask you a question about Venezuela. Rick Grenell.
Wait, 10% additional?
Mr. President, are these tariffs stacking on top of already existing tariffs? Or this
Yes,
will be the
on top of whatever may be existing.
So 10% additional tariff on oil over the 25%. So 35% on oil?
Mr.
President, ask you a question about Venezuela. Rick Grenell was seen on state TV shaking hands with President Maduro. Is there any concern that that might lend legitimacy to the Maduro administration?
No, we want to do something with Venezuela. We've been...
No, 10% on oil, 25%. But he said it's stacked. It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. Nobody knows. Nobody knows.
I've been a very big opponent of Venezuela and Maduro. They've treated us not so good, but they've treated, more importantly, the Venezuelan people very badly. We have a tremendous Venezuelan population. I got 92% of the vote, the Venezuelan vote. Now we want to see what we can do to get people back in their homeland safe and free and all. He's meeting with a lot of different people. But we are for the people of Venezuela. We're for the Venezuelan Americans. If you look at it, we have them all in Florida, right around the Doral area. That's really, they call it Little Venezuela, right? And they voted for me close to 100%. So we'll see what we can do to straighten out the situation in Venezuela. Venezuela has been very unfortunate. I was very surprised when I saw that Biden agreed to buy a lot of oil from Venezuela, because Venezuela was just about finished, the dictator. And when that happened, it brought him back to life. You know, Biden went out and they buy millions of barrels of oil I say, what's that all about? So we're not going to let that stupid stuff happen. So we'll see what happens. We're not happy with Venezuela. We don't like the way they've treated the Venezuelans at all.
Mr. President, there
Okay.
was some warnings or messages that government websites will be shut down this evening to scrub them of DEI content. Can you confirm if that's
What's
accurate?
been shut down?
Government websites, will be shut down this evening to scrub them of DEI content. Can you confirm whether that's accurate and if there are any concerns?
I don't know. It doesn't sound like a bad idea to me. DEI would have ruined our country, and now it's dead. I think DEI is dead. So if they want to scrub the websites, that's okay with me. But I can't tell you. I guess probably certain people handle it certain ways. But
Well, that's a nice confirmation that he's not making the decisions here.
I'll tell you who's very happy about it: the military, the real leaders, the real generals in the military. They're very happy about it. Doug is very happy about it. He's got a big group of people that are going to be working for him, really starting right now. He just got signed up, and they're very happy about it. He had a lot of DEI. Everybody did, but he has not been a fan. It was really hurting our country badly. It's costing a lot of money too. Do you see the kind of money we're talking about? Hundreds of millions of dollars for nonsense. Now we have our country back now. Our country is back, and it's a nice thing to say. I've never seen such love. I've never had anything like it. I've never seen anything like it. People are coming up, sir, thank you for bringing our country back. We were losing our country, and I think we're stronger now than we've been in many, many decades.
At the Department of
update on your call with Vladimir Putin.
Well, we'll be speaking. We'll be speaking, and I think we'll perhaps do something that'll be significant. We want to end that war. That war would have never started if I was president.
Yeah, the
And we
Dow
want
was
to end
down
that
nearly
war. That war is
1%.
a horrible war.
Presumably because
Millions of
people
young
didn't expect
are
he'd
being
actually do
killed.
the tariffs. I'm
Mostly
kind
on
of
the
there with
lines
him.
now, mostly soldiers. But the cities have been largely destroyed, many of them. They're like demolition sites. But the soldiers are just shooting at each other. You know, it's a very flat land. I said this the last time. Very, very flat land. The only place that a bullet stops is when it hits a person. And they're hitting a lot of people. They're hitting a lot of soldiers, but on both sides. You know, I think Russia would probably say close to 800,000, and Ukraine 600,000 or 700,000. And it's just a senseless situation, and it's got to stop. So whatever I can do to stop it, and we are having discussions, yes.
Ongoing, already scheduled and ongoing? Have you-
Already talking, yes.
So you've already spoken to Vladimir Putin
I don't want to
since?
say that, but we are having very serious discussions
Is
about...
there a reason you don't want to?
We are, well, I just don't want to say that. We're having very serious discussions about that war, trying to get it ended.
With Russia?
With Russia, yeah.
At the Department of Justice and the FBI, there are a number of high-level people who are being asked to resign or are being told they are going to be fired. Did you specifically request any actions at the Bureau or DOJ with respect to those employees?
No, but we have some very bad people over there. It was weaponized at a level that nobody's ever seen before. They came after a lot of people, like me, but they came after a lot of people. No, I wasn't involved in it. I'll have to see what is exactly going on after this is finished. But if they fired some people over there, that's a good thing, because they were very bad. They were very corrupt people, very corrupt, and they hurt our country very badly with the weaponization. They used the Justice Department to go after their political opponent, which in itself is illegal. And obviously it didn't work.
Are you going to impose tariff on the European Union?
What does that mean?
Are you going to impose tariff too on the European Union like you are going to do for Mexico and Canada?
Well, you're asking me a question, because I'm sure you didn't hear, am I going to impose tariffs on the European Union? Do you want the truthful answer, or should I give you a political answer? Absolutely. Absolutely. The European Union has treated us so terribly.
Dog, I need to get the fuck out of this country, man. Holy shit. I need to get the fuck out of this country. Holy shit, dude. Oh my god.
Promised Americans to try to reduce costs, and so many of the products that would be tariffed when they come into the country, the outgoing country is not paying the tariff. The buyers in the United States pay that, and then That's passed on to consumers in
Right.
most instances.
Sometimes.
How would you expect to have prices come down if you have such a broad plan for tariffs? And what do you say to the voters who want to see you reduce everyday costs?
Well, let me just tell you that I got elected for a lot of reasons. Number one was the border. Number two was inflation.
Sorry, we have the 1.5% mandate.
And yet I charged hundreds of billions of dollars of tariffs to countries. And think of it, I had almost no inflation and took in $600 billion of money from other countries. And tariffs don't cause inflation, they cause success. They cause big success. So we're going to have great success. There could be some temporary short-term disruption, and people will understand that. I had that when I negotiated some of the good deals for the farmers. And unfortunately, those deals have been led astray by Biden and his people.
Those deals were ruinous. All the money that he got out of the tariffs, he had to pay back to the farmers because they lost so much business. It was incredibly bad for them.
Well, because they didn't enforce the deals. We have a deal with China, which is phenomenal for the farmers, but there was nobody to enforce it in the Biden administration. They let them get away with murder. So that's another thing we're going to be bringing.
Do you accept the principle of costs being
They
passed
committed to
on?
buying $50 billion worth of farm product, and they did it when I was president. And as soon as I left, they stopped doing it because there was nobody in Biden to enforce it. But the tariffs are going to make us very rich and very strong, and we're going to treat other countries very fairly. But if you think about it,
All he does is whine.
other
He's always been
countries
like that.
charge
All he
us
does is
tariffs.
fucking bitch and moan. Anytime anyone says anything to him, like part of it's a joke, and he is funny when he wants to be, but he always has been really fucking pathetic. Every time anything is asked of him, any point, he gets to whining about how he's the most mistreated man in history.
We don't charge them tariffs, and it's about time that that changes.
Sir, are you concerned about the market reaction around tariffs?
No, no. Tariffs, the word tariff is a very misunderstood word. You've heard me say, I say it kiddingly, but
Kiddingly.
it's one of the most beautiful words in the dictionary, really is. And we've been taken advantage of because others have charged us VATs. As an example, the European Union charges us 20% plus a VAT tax, called a VAT tax, very similar. And it costs us an absolute fortune. We are treated so badly. They don't take our cars. They don't take our farm products, essentially. They don't take almost anything. And we have a tremendous deficit with the European Union. So we'll be doing something very substantial with the European Union. We're going to bring the level up to where it should be. And if you think of the European Union, then you go to NATO. It's largely the same group of countries. Until I came along, I mean, we were paying almost 100% of NATO only to get bad trade deals. And now it's been evened out, but very unfair having to do, it was evened out pretty good. Actually, I did a good job. They paid $400. If you
I'm
look at
entering the weave,
Secretary
man.
General's report, and he was here recently, and he said that. He said one of the most amazing things I've ever seen is what President Trump was able to do with these countries of Europe, of which he was in charge of them, but he couldn't get them to pay. I went over, I said, you got to pay, and if you don't pay, we're not going to protect you. It's very simple. But very unfair is with Ukraine, because we're in for $300 billion plus, and they're in probably for $100 billion. There's a $200 billion difference, and they need it more than we do. You know, we have an ocean in between. They don't. And so they're going to have to step it up a little bit.
With efforts to reduce the federal workforce, whether it's offering what we've called the buyout package or other efforts, do you have any concerns that there will be employees broadly across the federal government who might take that up? And they're a part of the many different ways that agencies protect the public, from food inspections to water safety to
I know,
the air
but
traffic
everybody's
controllers.
replaceable, and we'll get very good people to replace them if it turns out to be more than we thought. It could be a lot, it could be a little, we don't know, but we'd love to have them leave. We're trying to remember this. We want them to go into the private sector. It's our dream to have everybody almost working in the private sector.
We
not in
know.
the public
Thank you for
sector.
thank you for like being that straightforward with it. I really appreciate it. Thank you. It's, you know, all the like Marxist analysis. Basically what I'm saying is, if you're a liberal, you need to kneel down and apologize to the Marxist closest to you, okay? It's all so fucking obvious, dude. Tech feudalism. Yeah, no, it's like that. Thank you. I know the whole thing is a project to extract public money and turn it into private wealth. We know. That's the whole point.
We have many people, very few people came to work. They were, it started more or less with COVID, but actually even before COVID. But it started with the COVID. They didn't come back. And,
never forgiving the Democrats for losing to this man.
Murder, and we had a federal workforce like 4% coming into the office, and that just doesn't work. People can say it does, but it doesn't work. You have to be unified in a group in the office. It's just it was crazy. You don't know what they're doing, and then at some point we may ask them to certify that they didn't have two jobs, meaning were they really getting a check from us, the government, and then were they also working a second job and a third job, and on government time? And many of them will say that they did, which is not legal, but it's a problem. It's a problem. No, we want to get that out. We want to clean it out. People have been trying to reduce federal government now for 40 years, 45 years. And they haven't been able to do it. And this is a way of doing it, I think, very nicely. It's sort of a buyout, too. I think we're treating people very good. But people
what the fuck is happening
to the office. They won't have a job starting on that very special date. So we'll see how that works out. I mean, nobody knows how that's going to turn out. Everybody might show up to the office, and maybe a large number won't show up. But if they don't show up, we've accomplished a very serious goal. We're trying to reduce government.
Does Mr. Musk or any of those associated with your DOGE effort, do they have any direct access through the government systems to how money is dispersed?
No, nothing. No, they are. This has nothing to do.
They're trying to get it.
Cutting, with this federal cutting, this is very separate. This is if you don't show up, you don't get paid. But DOGE, I think, great progress has been made. We're talking about cutting over $1 trillion of waste. We're talking about waste. We're not talking about we're going to love and cherish Social Security, Medicare, Medicaid. We're not going to do anything with that other than if we
Does anyone else think the comedic value of Donald Trump is really undercut by the fact that he's so bought and subservient in this administration? I fully believe he was like leading the reins in his first administration, but now like he's a dog. He's a fucking dog on the street. Like he's nothing now. Like he'll still tell a joke now and again, but now it's like without the ego being the overriding force, and it's just like him slavishly doing or saying whatever he's told to do or say. It's like it's a lot. It's just not funny.
Find some abuse or waste, we'll do something, but the people won't be affected. It'll only be more effective and better. And our country, as our country gets richer, the people on Social Security, Medicare, Medicaid, those people are going to be more secure. If Biden had gotten elected, Social Security was going to fail because the country was failing. It was going to fail. The country was going to fail.
Oh, no, she came back.
And therefore, the Social Security, Medicare, Medicaid, and all of the other things that you may get would not be able to be paid. Our country is getting very strong, and you see it. I think more progress has been made in the last 2 or 3 weeks than has been made in the last 4 years. I think not only has more progress been made in the last 4 years, it's I'll call it deprogress. We went way backward as a country. And so
there's no other word that describes the opposite of progress.
That took place that were so bad. You look at Afghanistan, how embarrassing that was. I think Afghanistan really started the problem with Russia and Ukraine. When Putin looked over and he saw how incompetently that was handled, I was getting out, but I was going to keep Bagram. Right now, China has Bagram. I was going to keep one of the biggest air bases in the world. They left it. But other than Bagram, I was going to get out. And I wasn't keeping Bagram for Afghanistan. I was keeping it for China because it's 1 hour away from where China makes its nuclear weapons. And we were keeping it. So we have a lot of great things happening in our country, and we appreciate that you're here. And I'm really thrilled about Doug, and I'm really thrilled about his friend, Chris Wright, who's a legend in the oil business, right? They keep telling me, Catherine, he's like a legend, and he's a legend too in a lot of businesses. And we have an amazing group of people working with us. There's a man behind me who became a tremendous success.
Who the fuck is Doug? You don't know about Doug?
Was not a wealthy man. He didn't start off a wealthy man.
This guy doesn't even know about Doug. Totally out of the loop.
Man, and that's a great talent, and he's willing to sacrifice so much and to put it to work for our country. Watch the job he does on the interior, but in particular on really making our country very, very wealthy by utilizing it properly. And at the same time, environmentally, he does it he's very much an environmentalist. He's going to do it very carefully and very painstakingly good, but you just watch what happens. And working with the Department of Energy, where his compatriot, his friend, and also considered the most talented man in the oil business, is the head of the Department of Energy, and they work together. It's almost like a partnership. It really is a partnership. And watch what that does for our country. It'll be a fantastic thing to see. Thank you very much, everybody.
Thank you, Fred. Thank you, Fred. Tulsi got it up. Thank you. Thanks, guys. Let's go. Let's do this now. Thank you.
We're going.
Well. That was abrupt. Europe? Yeah, the Dow closed right after the announcement. I think a lot of people don't really think or didn't really think he was going to go through with it. But yeah, it looks like we're actually, honest to God, genuinely, authentically getting those tariffs. I can't believe it because, like, the only way those tariffs could possibly be effective for anyone would be if Trump used them as leverage to bully those countries into submission. But it seems like both Canada and Mexico are firmly planting their feet in the ground, like very firmly. It's set to happen in like 8 months. Sorry, wait, I'm sorry, not 8 months. I was thinking, I'm tired. 8 hours. It's set to happen in 8 hours. 25% tariffs on Mexico and Canada. Tariffs on Canadian oil, maybe of 10%. Canada's threatening to shut off electricity. Mexico is threatening retaliatory tariffs. Apparently, 8 in 10 Canadian business leaders are recommending retaliatory tariffs, dollar for dollar, against the United States. Now, it was 9 in 10 for a different thing, 8 in 10 for that.
We are here this morning, my friends, as an unlikely group with leaders from across the political spectrum who've come together with cultural leaders, artists, academics, athletes.
I hate listening to
labor
Canadians. What do you want?
activists, a threat to our sovereignty and our very future as a nation. The threat comes, of course, from the President of the United States, a convicted felon and known predator. He's threatening massive tariffs to try and break us as a people. But the threat is also being driven by the hate algorithms of the oligarchs like Elon Musk.
True.
And there is the threat
More
from
direct
people
than
in
the
our own
Dems.
country
Yeah, probably.
who would sell out our birthright to appease the gangster class from Mar-a-Lago. That is not going to happen.
The Canadian government's not happy with this one. Neither is the Mexican government. I don't know, man. It genuinely just seems like we're currently like hurtling towards a crash. Between that and what we looked at today, where apparently Elon Musk is just directly setting up shop in the Office of Personnel and Management, or the Office of Personnel Management, and the Department of the Treasury, and trying to get access to the computing system by which money is dispersed from the federal government, like literally moving beds in there so that his like thugs from Doge can overlook everything, locking OPM people out of their own computer system. It really genuinely truly seems like we are hurtling into a wall. Like we are heading into it. We're on a countdown now. I can't believe we're here, but we're on a countdown now. Canada and Mexico aren't budging, which is good, because we like, if we can't let everything work out for them. We can't let everything work out for them. Will this affect Jerkmate servers? Scientists haven't figured it out yet. But Sheinbaum, and thank God for leftist leadership, okay? Hours before the deadline for President Donald Trump to impose a general 25% tariffs on Mexican imports expires, Claudia Sheinbaum stated, without providing further details, that her government has a plan to deal with Trump's tariff wall should it be applied starting this Saturday. We will always maintain a dialogue with the U.S. We will have a plan A, plan B, plan C for whatever the U.S. government decides. We will wait with a cool head, making decisions. We are prepared and will maintain this dialogue. Oh, boy. It's... I don't know. Lula as well is ready if Trump hits Brazil with tariffs. He floated retaliatory tariffs before tariffs were even brought up against Brazil. That's lovely. I appreciate that. Look, I don't know what's going to happen. I don't know if this is all smoke and mirrors, like he's going to back off. I don't know if Canada or Mexico are going to suddenly bend the knee. I don't know what's going to happen. I have no idea. I'm not a very conspiratorial person. I've always operated on the assumption that the people in charge are passingly competent enough to keep things running, but are usually not smart enough to like orchestrate grand schemes without public knowledge. In this case, it's not even a conspiracy. The corporate takeover of the government is happening publicly with absolutely no attempt to camouflage it. We literally just saw Donald Trump say that he's firing all of these federal workers in the hopes they go into the private sector. He wants as many of those workers to be working in the private sector as possible. Like, it couldn't be more straightforward. It's not a conspiracy. It's just open policy. You know? How are tariffs helping the corporations, though? I don't know. Trump is threatening to tariff the EU? Do they know either? The biggest red pill that I've had to take is that my initial assumption that the people in charge are passingly competent enough to keep things going was incorrect. It seems that I was completely wrong. The capital class, especially at the upper crust of it, the real oligarchs, are in a fanatical hysteria. They are incredibly stupid and arrogant. Their stupidity and arrogance exceeds, like, we are hearkening back to the days of like divine nobility in the European monarchy. Like, we're talking about people who have no checks at all on their behavior, on their awareness. I could have told you this at least a year ago. Nobody cares because I have the stream. That's the lesson I'm trying to tell you guys. It's about who controls the media. I'm stupid. If it can happen to me, it can happen to them. Look, I don't know what's going to happen. I'm sorry. I don't know what's going to happen. Like, obviously, beans and rice, this could lead to genuine economic collapse. Like, it's possible that it doesn't, but it could. It's possible that it does. If nothing else, the instability of the United States economically is providing an incentive for other nations to lean more into China's orbit, or possibly like in localized trading groups. Like, I have a feeling this is going to lead eventually to more EU solidarity, because as unstable and bureaucratic and ineffective as the EU often is, it is better than what America is offering right now as a trading partner. Even a 25% tariff could lead potentially to extraordinary price hikes. This is what happens when elites think they don't need society and see it as nothing as a buffet table. Yeah, I think that it's magical thinking. I think that the elites have forgotten that all of their wealth is the product of a very complicated, nuanced, intricate global system that builds up, that they extract from. Instead, they think of the system that provides them their wealth as just like divine providence. Like, it just exists as a matter of fact. The stock market continuing to go up, the line continuing to go up, shareholder confidence continuing to go up. All of these are just facts of the world. And everything that supports that as a foundation can be picked from. It's magical thinking. Traders are moving so much gold from the Bank of England to the US to avoid Trump tariffs that the waiting time has reportedly octupled. Jesus Christ. Yeesh. Yeah, we're gonna get fucking bank runs, man. Again, capital moving to the US like this has historically preceded a crash. Well, yeah, the last big crash we had, the last two big crashes we had, you had 2008, where the crash was predicated by a massive speculative bubble, subprime mortgages, blah, blah, blah. That's wealth moving into the US. That's what they were gambling on. And before that, the Great Depression, that was in the wake of tariffs put in place by Hoover, correct? Like, that a lot of what happened in the Great Depression was the product of a bubble that burst, the bank runs that happened, as a consequence of wealth entering the US, but not being, like, sufficiently stabilized. I'm sorry, the Great Depression, I think it's actually pretty complicated. It was like a big bank run, the instability. Years of undoing Woodrow Wilson's economic reforms, kicked off by a bank run followed by tariffs. Ah, okay. Correcting my... I'm 10 minutes behind the stream, so I don't know if you're talking about it. My company just had an emergency meeting saying if Trump goes through with his tariffs tomorrow, they may consider layoffs. I'm unironically fucked and scared. Yeah, that's probably happening everywhere right now. Like, everyone in Wall Street, everyone with real money has been, like, waiting to see if this is real, and it looks like it is. Yeah, like, it's gonna be really bad if it happens, if there's not some insane last-second pull-off. The gold price is literally the highest it's ever been in the past 100 years because of this. Great, great. Great. Get your beans. Get your damn beans. He wants to abolish the Federal Deposit Insurance Corporation. Wait. Wait. Isn't that the institution that insures your bank holdings up to $250,000? Excuse me, I need to go return some videotapes. Me running to the bank as quickly as possible. For real? I keep cash under my fucking mattress? This and him trying to pressure the Fed to lower insurance rates. Okay. Yeah, this is something he's proposed, but it's not something he's actually implemented. But yeah, it is something he intends to do. Sources told CNN's Kayla Tausch that allies of President-elect Donald Trump have discussed the possibility of dismantling the FDIC, giving Treasury oversight of deposit insurance, and allowing the federal government to substantially shrink or even close the rest of the agency. That's cool. It has as much logic as asking if Trump can abolish Wednesday and split it between Tuesday and Thursday, said Klein, a former Treasury Department official who helped craft the Dodd-Frank Act of 2010. The FDIC's brand value to consumers is immense. Millions of Americans trust the FDIC ensures their nest egg. Millions of Americans don't know what it is. I do like this subheader, though. This is really bad for capital, though. Well, you know what? So was the Great Depression. And so was 2008. That's the point, right? They're not responsible stewards of the environment. It's like, or not the environment, sorry, of the economy. They're not like, they're not smart enough. It's like they can't do it. When will the oligarchs turn on Trump and make their own government? This is their government. This is what they want. This is what they want. They think of all of these sensible regulations as impediments put in place by lesser-minded people who are getting in the way of their, like, Randian supremacy. Barriers put in place by lesser men, preventing them from reaching greater heights. They're not rational people. They're psychopaths. They want chaos. No. They don't want chaos. They don't think there will be chaos. They're too arrogant. They don't think there will be chaos. They think they're fine. They don't think they can make mistakes. They think they're gods. They all talk like they're gods. Yeah, the social contract needs to be adjusted, exactly. Whatever. We'll see what happens. We'll see what happens. I gotta read Donos. I have a feeling that I'm gonna be streaming later tonight. Because if the tariffs actually do happen at 9 p.m. my time, I mean, we'll have to see. I gotta read Donos. But I want to sleep? Yeah, well, you know. Gonna be one of those days. Forgive me for reading these donos a little faster than I normally do. Colin and Cats on Meth, thank you for the tier 1 subs. Dense Element, thank you likewise. I really appreciate that. I love Duckies. Will boxed rice and canned beans suffice, or should I stockpile on dry rice and beans? Well, you're probably getting your rice dry, I assume, right? Dry beans are definitely cheaper, and they store for longer, so, you know. Your preference. Kane111, thank you for the 2 $5 donos. Thank you very, very much. Yeah, the LA Times is owned by the enemy, for sure. Yeah, they can't be trusted. Nothing that publication says can be trusted. Wormseed and Lord Crazy One, thank you for the $5 both. Really appreciate that. What, in your opinion, happens to the Dark Souls world outside Lordran every time the first flame is slings? I'll think on it. Aero Lueri, with the $10, thank you, says just thank you. Don't thank me yet. We'll see what happens, okay? Eddie666 and Belagor, thank you for the tier 1 subs both. I talked to the cashier at TJ Maxx today while buying myself a Valentine, and it was scary, but I'm glad I did. Nice! That's actually really nice. And really important in this time. I'd forgotten what it's like to talk to people. It's a muscle. It's a muscle you exercise, you know? It's a muscle you exercise. That's really good. I'm a fucking dragon. Thank you for the $25. Sorry I asked about Destiny. Love you. It's okay. I forgive you. Thank you. I really appreciate that. Sublime Object, thank you for the $25. Had an acquaintance in college who was a proud black shirt and loved Trump. He thought I was gay and then found out I wasn't when I had sex with his crush. Many such cases for Trump supporters, you know? It happens to a lot of them. It's a real tragedy, you know? It's a real tragedy. Fungi Fiora, thank you for the $15. I need to chat less and donate more, so here we are. I couldn't agree more. And if you're old, then I'm old too, so fuck off, chat. Listen, okay? Listen, all right? What matters is that the spirit burns bright within you, okay? As long as your heart is aflame, you're always the right age, you know? As long as your heart's aflame, you're always living life. Lord Crazy One, thank you for the $5. Much appreciated. Sublime Object, thank you for the $10. Fascist incompetence is the greatest bulwark against the spread of fascism. Classic. It is, as it always has been. Azulia, thank you for the... Hold on 1 second. Lol, anything that costs $10 will now cost $12.50. Vosh, total economic collapse in 8 hours. And Scope Gonzo, I can't take the time to teach you how tariffs work. You can look up stuff. I can't teach you that now because I'm reading donos, but I would encourage you to work on whatever element of your personality makes you feel vindicated in being that arrogant when you know that shockingly little about what you're talking about. Like, on this issue, it might not matter like too much specifically because you're not really affecting the economy, but it might affect you in your personal life in ways that could come back to haunt you, you know? Like, leaving aside the compounding effects of raw materials and the way that products are constantly changing hands, borders, mass layoffs, depreciation of the value of foreign raw materials, leading to economic shortfalls in those countries, which means our investments and holdings in those. You have no idea. You have no idea. But hey, maybe things work out. I mean, there's a lot of variance here, you know? Azulia, thank you for the tier 3 sub. Really appreciate that. At the very least, we're hearing about the corruption rather than suffering in the dark. We have some friends in Washington. I mean, yeah, everything that happens is getting leaked immediately. So that is good. I love Duckies. Thank you for the $5. Really appreciate that. Nessie, thank you for the $10. Donating for the first time to inform everyone you can make Japanese sweet potatoes in the microwave, and it's the best thing ever. There are some foods you can make really easily in the microwave, and they are a blessing from God. Genuinely. Dead Raccoon, thank you for the tier 3 sub. Really appreciate that. Davina, thank you for the $5. Trump bragging about his steel tariffs is especially funny when you remember that U.S. Steel desperately sought a buyout from Nippon Steel that had to be blocked. Yerp. We'll see if he worms his way out of the consequences for this one, as he so often does. Angry Saki, thank you for the incredibly kind $50. I'm a programmer. You have helped me gain a better perspective on technological progress. Thank you. Oh, I appreciate that. You know, programming is a lot like any other sort of like empiricist or scientific discipline where I think you benefit immensely from a sociological perspective on the field. You know, I think that's the case for most everyone. You know, scientists used to be like more educated in the humanities, you know? Arcane Kisses, thanks the $10. Donoed a little bit ago about finding a really high quality 3/4 length leather jacket in the trash, but I'm still struggling to dress with it. Any tips? I'd have to know what type of jacket to know and how it fits on you and stuff like that. Like, is it a coat? You say 3/4 lengths. Do you mean like it's a half coat or do you mean it's cropped? A car coat? I'm not sure exactly. I would recommend looking online to see photos of people dressed up in that item or similar items and see how they style it, though. That's usually a good way. When I'm curious on how to style an item, I just go and look at like what the item is, you know, and I see how other people style it. Davina, thank you for the $5. Yeah, it is possible they just want to throw everyone into the dirt, like they're trying to hurt everyone, but I genuinely don't think they think they're doing that. Sake, thank you for the 5 tier 1 subs. I'm afraid that your link is broken, my friend. You didn't put a space in between the 2 Imager links. I'm seeing an image of a rice cooker. And a fresh milled rye sourdough. Well, it took me a second to pull that up, so I'm not going to put the rice cooker on stream, but I am going to put this on screen because it actually looks really tasty. God damn. Look at them cleaves. French Roll 5, thank you for the extremely kind $50 donation. I really appreciate that. Here's some money for the down payment on an egg 1 month from now. Stay strong out there, y'all, and thanks to the work you do, Vosh. Much love from Texas. Hey, good luck down there. Yeah, good luck to us all. Thank you. I really appreciate that. Not much of an egg guy, so you know, I'll buy half of a chicken breast with those $50. I really appreciate that. Kowalski, thank you for the 5. So glad I sold my calves under Biden. This trade war is going to sting. Here's $5 for you to buy a single chicken egg tomorrow. Enjoy. I'm getting a lot directed towards the egg fund. Nut Cream, thanks to 5. About the 20s, credit usage was huge. Installment plans for everything. Pretty cool. We can pay for Domino's in 4 payments. Yeah, I think that I think credit cards shouldn't exist personally. I know we'd have to smooth out some things, but I think they should be illegal. Saxo Meow, thank you for the $10. I hope you're able to get your bottom surgery. I really, really, really hope they don't cancel it. Vosh, has you seen Trump is live right now signing executive orders? Look, I'm sure he is, okay? We'll see how things go. Government pages are going down right now. I know they removed all mentions of climate change from the CDC website. Government websites appear to be going offline this hour, including somewhat critical ones, like the Federal Aviation Administration. No, dude. FAA.gov is down. Well. Classic. Wait, you can reach FAA.gov if you type in the https://? Why would that make a difference? The www is up? But that's never been needed before. Like the shortcut to it is? Yeah, it's nonsense. That's a DNS issue? All right, I won't pretend to know enough about networking to, you know. HTTP and HTTPS are different protocols in www. So I don't know what any of this means. I'm sorry. Imagine they sold the DNS Lamau for $5. No, I don't know enough. I don't know enough. I don't know enough. Let me read these damn donos. Let me read these damn donos. Let me out. Please let me out. Ackwell, thank you for the €5. I really hope that we don't end up fighting over Greenland, my Finnish comrade. I don't want to. Kridi Bu, thank you for the €20. Merci d'exister. Don't know what that means, but thank you. That's very kind of you. Diego B. and Bogar Rodriguez, thank you for the $5 both. I really appreciate this. The future documentary about this era of history is going to go crazy. True. Not Alpaca, thank you for the $2. Micah Brown, thank you for the $10. Trump cabinet's what the good old boy system for the rich looks like. Yep, unironic DEI. Ackwell and Errol Virwe, thank you for the €10 and €12 respectively. Really appreciate that. Finland never took part in the Marshall Plan. No, you guys value your independence. I respect it. Thank you for the content these past few weeks. It's been informative and comforting in a way. Yeah, it's good to talk it out. Better than just feeling like you're alone in a void, you know? Laser Pants, and Ash Cash, thank you for the $2 all. Why do people really believe Elon is smart? Disinformation environment. Ninja Vestos and Melon Miller, thank you for the $5 both. Really appreciate those. Tajirai and Diego B, thank you for the $10 both. Thank you, thank you. How much copium am I on for believing this admin will not make it till the end of the year because some old money oligarch has to step in and go no? I don't think there are any old money oligarchs anymore. At least there aren't that many of them. It's not like the Rockefellers are running things or whatever. It's all like tech billionaires and stuff. All the keys to power these days are in like it's like private equity, venture capital. I don't know. Yeah, that's true, Tajirai. It's the lesson Democrats will never learn, and honestly, they probably shouldn't. But as long as you have the ability to do what you want, you can do what you want. Rainbow Crash, thanks to 20 Canadian. Let me be alarmist for Vosh. Jesus fucking Christ. In the worst case scenario, IMO, he's a big friend of Putin, owes China, owes Saudi. I really hope it's dumber than that. But he's absolutely no friend to America. If that's the vibe that I'm getting, okay, you're talking to the world's greatest Tiananmen Square disbeliever, okay? You're talking to the world's greatest Chinese Taipei reuniter and Uyghur Muslim genocide denier. I'm going to go on over there and you're going to get... I'm telling you, folks, I'm going to be Bing chillin', the likes of which you've never even imagined before. Pigeon? We having fun? We're just zipping around? All right, we're just zipping around. Still live, thanks to 10 bucks. Yeah, I've seen some of the subreddits and on Twitter where federal government workers are extremely determined to last out this administration, which makes sense because my understanding is that the median federal bureaucracy worker is 53 years old, incredibly boring, has had this job for 35 years, has no performance standards whatsoever, no expectations, no bullying from management, and basically just sits in a chair all day. Like, you know, I think that they really want to hold these jobs. It's a stereotype, but I hold to it. I believe it. Justin Sala and Mr. Venom, thank you for the $2 both. Really appreciate that. Thank you, thank you. Tajirai, thank you for the $5. Yeah, you gotta season your rice, unless you're, you know, having it with like sesame oil. Well, that is seasoning, I suppose, but like making it in the rice cooker, you know. Soy sauce, whatever. Don Juan III, thanks for the 20 real. Rice is not tasteless. Fry some cut onion in olive oil and put 2 cups of rice in there, then cook for 20 seconds, then put 2 cups of water, boil it till the water's gone. 2 only non-white rice needs to be washed. Yeah, that's what I thought, because brown rice still has the, like, shell around it. But if it's white rice, that means the machines took the shell off of it. So that would kind of mean they cleaned off all the bullshit or whatever, but I don't know. The husk, yeah. Eris385, Sean Michel, and Don Juan III again. Thank you for the $5, $5 and 5 real. Coming to Brazil doesn't sound like a bad option now, doesn't it? Dude, I've always wanted to go to Brazil. I've always been a Brazil believer. I love Brazil. Anyone, can we confirm, people who watch me often, can we confirm? I love Brazil. Brazil is like a spiritual ally to me. Extremely diverse, interesting country, beautiful people, beautiful food, delicious food, also beautiful food, but you know, I'm a Brazil lover, okay? I always have been. Cotter?
Stop talking about rice. About the chicken.
Stop talking about rice, talk about raw chicken.
Yeah. She's rowdy right now, so if you want to smack
Are you rowdy? Look at this little freak. No! Ah, too rowdy. I was gonna give her ass the pappy slappy. Did Jesus drink water? Historians aren't sure. Abysmal N, thank you for the $10. One of the worst things about this is that once the tariffs go away, companies won't lower their prices similar to the COVID era. Yep, they will not. They absolutely will not. Luca Jokic era, thank you for the $5. Not an accelerationist, but aren't these good conditions for mass class consciousness? That's the hope. But, you know, there's no guarantee that accelerationist forces aren't going to just push people, you know, you don't know that they're going to accelerate in the correct direction. We'll see. Fail Sans, the $2. Nothing ever happens, Vosh. $10 if it does happen. All right, I'll hold you to it. I won't actually hold you to it. You'll hold you to it. Eris385, thank you for the $20. Tariffs caused the panic of 1893, which was as bad as the Great Depression and a reason of the 1812 war. Okay, wait. Tariffs caused the panic of 1793? Do you mean? No, 1893. The worst economic depression in the country's history until the Great Depression. Well, then how on earth could that have caused... Reason of the 1812 war is because... And a reason for the 1812 war was because Britain put tariffs on us for doing trade with France, which England was at war with, and on tariffs everyone else. Okay, you made that donation difficult to read, but I do appreciate the reminder and confirmation that tariffs are really fucking stupid. Louis Webb and Zach of All Trades, thank you for the $5 both. Really appreciate that. My big sis swears she can make perfectly cooked basmati rice in the microwave. I don't believe it. Yeah, anatomy of fascism applies pretty clearly to the situation. Cuban Missile Dino Crisis, thanks for the $2. This makes me sad in pants. I'm not sure what you mean. Saxo Meow, thank you for the $10. Oh, I read that one. Yeah, I really do hope you're able to get your bottom surgery. And then let me now go over the donos here. Kowalski, thank you for the $5. Oh God, I called my fertilizer guy. Nikki Graywood with the $20. How do I leave? How do I leave stream or how do I leave the United States? Because leaving stream is easier. But both of them hurt, you know? Both of them hurt. Thank you. Yeah, Kowalski says, we get our potash from Canada because we can't trade with Russia. This could legitimately harm our grain yields nationally. Fun. Addy the Batty, thanks the tier 1 sub. No idea how history class is going to cover this. It really depends on who survives it. Lord Wormai and Lunar Amis, thank you for the $5 both. As soon as the Americans won't have enough money to donate to their streamer, us Europeans will have to cover it all. Fuck, better start early, I guess. That's true. That's true. Okay? You guys can't let me suffer along with you proles. You guys need to have a plan installed so that the donations can continue to roll in even as everything falls apart. Come on. Be responsible here. Lord Wormai, I hope here's to many more donations to come. In the meantime, take care of yourself, okay? How close are you to the tax bracket? I'm in the second highest tax bracket as proposed by Donald Trump. Like, I'm not in the one that's 990,000 or more, obviously. I'm in the one that's the next one down. So I think I'm going to get like a tiny reduction of my taxes, but not like the big one that Hassan's going to get. Kenshi, I have not covered the Mr. Beast TikTok CEO thing. I have not. West Heather, thank you for the $5. Big fan, Vosh. Where do I find a dominant woman? Serious question, by the way. Bisexual women on dating apps and queer bars is probably your best bet. Probably outside, I imagine. Could do it at Spencery? Yeah, maybe. Dorks. Kalamazoo Aviation with the $5. My uncle is the new FAA deputy administrator Trump appointed. Really? That's a big deal if so. That's like a decent connect. Let's hope he does a decent job, although he looks like every white politician ever. I actually believe you, because if you were lying, you would say, like, trust me, I have this information, rather than saying, oh, well, hope he does well. Okay, well, shit. We got connections everywhere. We got an in. We got an in. You have to let me go. Sake, thank you for the 5 tier 1 subs. I'm actually insulted I'm in the same tax bracket under Trump as Azan. Yeah, make sure to kick your tax break when it comes in the correct direction, okay? Listen, I love you all very much. I might stream tonight because I'm not sure when the tariffs actually get applied. It depends on whether they get applied at midnight on the 8th or at like 8 a.m. ET on... Or not on the 8th, sorry. I keep saying 8. At midnight or at like 8 a.m. the next day ET. I'm not sure. We'll find out. We'll find out. We'll find out, okay? We'll find out. All right? All right? All right? Okay, good luck, guys. Good luck, guys. I'll see you soon, okay? All right.